This boy here, man, crashing out in a major way, boy. Crashing out in a major way. This is going to be a short one because now people are starting to see Anton Daniels' true colors. And people are going to start asking the questions that people are going to start when I was saying, I'm like, who is Anton Daniels backed by? Does he have handlers or whatever? Because I see how he moves. I've seen his older videos and then what he is now. I'm like, who is he being backed by? Who are his handlers? Who are his people? Because the way he be moving, wow. Just wow. But people are gonna start picking up in a little bit. Shout out to B Watkins in the chat. He said Anton Simples lost all aura of respect. Yeah, after what I've been, especially with this video right here, after you're now on live stream, after being caught scrubbing your videos and editing all of your live streams and all this stuff, now this comes out. You threatening to expose content creators' family names and all the what? Whoa, where is this energy coming from? What's going on with this guy? But shout out to B Watkins. He says I'm at work, so I can't listen in or comment. Chris, that said, I'll leave a like. Thank you. No worries, man. By the way, there's a lot of people that'll listen in. I'm talking about a lot of people that will listen into the live stream. They'll watch the replay, but they'll just listen to it at work. I got a bunch of like just long form stuff. And there's a lot of people that will say, look, I actually appreciate the long form content because I'll just listen to it at work and then I'll just it makes my work go by faster. So anytime I always doubt, I'll be like, oh, there's still people listening in. So I gotta stay on point. But thank you guys. People are now gonna start doing some real research on Anton, like actual research. Oh yeah, where's Angry Man at? Where's Angry Man at? This is all for content. This is all for what do you got to say, old nigga? What you got to say? What you got to say, OG? Oh, is this for content as well? Threatening to expose content creators' names, their family members, their addresses, and what they do for work. That's just for content as well. By the way, I don't know if you guys noticed. I don't know if you I don't know if you guys noticed, but the new thing for the Corey Holcomb haters to say, the new thing that they're saying now, they've moved on to something else different. You know what they're saying now, and I spotted it from Angry Man. Now they're saying that the views are down, which is not even true. I'm sitting there like, you could just check Corey Holcomb's page and then you can look at the views. So now, after specifically the backlash off the Corey Holcomb incident, now I can see who are the agents, right? Poetic Flacco, that is a clear, like guys like that, those are clear agents. Angry Man is suspect. Now, the little research, because I'll be honest, it is limited research, but I've been asking around for people. I'm like, okay, what's the connection between Angry Man and Anton Daniels? Apparently, they're partners, right? That's his guy, right? But with that being said, now I gotta ask, okay, did you guys break bread behind closed doors, behind the scenes? Because the way he's been trying to stick up for him and acting like everybody else are weirdos, but not Anton or not his people. And then even a lot of his political takes, I'm looking at Angry Man. I'm like, yeah, I think because when I'm seeing it, I'm seeing this, I'm seeing even some of the content creators that we have in our space that are still supporting even certain political things that are happening. I'm like, oh, I think this space has been we've been there's too many people in the space that have been paid off. Too many. So it is what it is at this point. But yeah, this was a very big eye opener these past 2 months. These past well now in our third month in 2026, a big eye opener. It's very interesting. Now the views are down. They kick us. They want Corey Holcomb to apologize. That's what they want him to do. Which is first of all, that's not going to happen. They were really hoping this guy's going to be canceled. And I was like, you know what Corey Holcomb needs to do? He needs to open up that membership thing like everybody else is doing and just prove that that the people got your back. Just show it. He opened that membership thing. Everybody signed up. Everybody signed up. I'm like, bro, I'm like, man, I'm like, I'm like, Corey, just put that shit to the side. Prove your pride, because he likes to pride himself on not making all of his money off of YouTube. But I'm like, man, nah, fuck that. You don't put in way too much work. You've given out way too much free game. I'm talking about beyond what you have to do. And I'm like, man, just show the powers that may be that you still got the people's backing. And not only has he shown it, he's exceedingly, proved it, But with that being said, that's the new angle now that I've been seeing a lot of the haters. The hate has been kind of dying down a little bit because I think really what it is, they were hoping that Corey Holcomb was just gonna croak and just, just croak under the pressure and just be like, I give up. And I'm like, yeah, you guys don't know who this guy is. And then on top of that, the people that tried to capitalize off of Corey Holcomb's problems at the time, those people were suspects. Like when you see Brandon T. Jackson and all of the funny comics trying to shit on his name and all, it kind of ruined the it kind of ruined the momentum. So now they're saying it started off with the video, right, of the broad that nobody's sticking up for. That didn't work. Now it's the PDF. It was the PDF allegations, but then people are like, okay, where's the proof? And they just took jokes. So people are like, okay, jokes, that doesn't work. You can't get somebody hemmed up over jokes. That means every comedian is going to be in trouble. So that didn't work. So now they've I don't know if you noticed, those PDF allegations, it's almost like it just disappeared. If you haven't noticed, it just disappeared. Now they're saying, oh, his views are down. And I'm like, you can just check on his channel. That's not true. It's the funniest thing, man. I'm sitting there like, yeah. But but at the same time, when I did the Epstein episode, the reason why I did that Epstein episode when it comes to Harvey Levin, I showed you that email when you're and it showed, look, you had Jeffrey Epstein. He was gonna face a little bit of the music from the media. He needed a distraction. He was able to negotiate with a PR person. His name was Mike Shitterick. And in the email, he was able to get that guy to negotiate bad press for somebody else so he can get the heat off of him. That's why I've been telling you guys for years. When you see somebody getting bad press out of nowhere, this is all planned. These are all planned things. When you see somebody getting ripped constantly in the media, most likely that guy's not really a bad guy. Just to let you guys know, that's how it works. That's why I showed that email. So when you're seeing somebody, people just keep keeping attacking them. Bad press from there, but there was no charges, but just all media assassinations. That's a guy that shows that there are other powers that may be They negotiated for this to happen, right? Corey has made a lot of enemies over the years. There's a lot of, you know, unfortunately, Corey has this thing. He can't keep his mouth shut, you know. He likes to talk about, the abortions and all this stuff. And, the thing is, the attacks that have been happening on Corey recently, it usually works. The problem is he's been honest about everything that he does, so there's really no dirt you can bring up on him. Everything that they try to bring up in terms of, oh, he's a bad father or this, he's already talked about it on his show. So it is what it is. So it didn't work. A lot of people be capping. That's why things like that usually works. The people be leaving stuff out. This is what I also like. I try to aim on this show. I try not to leave stuff out. I try to do my full, because I don't want, if something happens or I get quote unquote exposed, I'll be like, well, I already talked about it on the show. So now, obviously, you can't tell people everything, but I try. I try to keep it as close to 100 as I possibly can, without exposing where I actually live, exposing what I actually do. B. Watkins says this shows that most people that claim to be part of the something like the red pill are just grifters looking for the next quick buck to rent a sports car and 304 for the night. Anton Daniels is a prime example. If you look at his videos, how his videos have evolved over the years, even some of my favorite creators, where basically as soon as they start getting some YouTube money, they start changing, right? This is why even on this channel, as much as I advocate for men and I think men should be prioritized, I also understand this. I know if you give the average man a little bit of money, a little bit of status, he's going to start messing with multiple women. He's going to start moving a little bit different. This is why when you have certain men in the conservative, or even in this space, when they start talking about, oh no, you need to be honoring God and be with one woman and all this stuff. I'm like, okay, give that man a little bit of money, give him a little bit of status, give that dude a one measly promotion at work, and he'll start acting a little bit different. Anton Daniels, he's been feeling himself. Guys like that, they get a little bit of money, they get a little bit of backing from certain people. He started getting connects with the right people so he can get his views up. By the way, Anton Daniels, guys like Andrew Wilson, Anton Daniels, they buy bots. They buy their subscribers. This is a thing. Fresh and Fit have already admitted that this is part of the game. This is what they do. They're open about their scamming, right? Anton Daniels, he's part of that same. If you look at his live, look at Anton Daniels' live numbers and then compare it to like a CGA who's demonetized, or a Corey Holcomb that he has a limited amount of subscribers, but yet their live chat numbers are through the roof. But Anton Daniels has like 1 million subscribers, and then his live chat numbers are a bit suspect. Like when you see, as much smoke as I have for Tim Pool and company, and I'm not saying they don't buy bots, but when you look at their live numbers, it kind of makes sense, right? Or you look at, oh yeah, how about this? I'll bring up Candace Owens. As much smoke as I got for her at times, her live view numbers, it makes sense compared to her subscribers or her viewer retention, right? There's a lot of guys on there. You look at their subscriber count, you look at their whatever count, and then you look at their live chat numbers, and they have the same amount of live chat numbers as Undead Chronic, and Undead Chronic is demonetized. And you're just like, how? These people be buying viewers. People think you can buy clout, right? Because I think they understand that the normies, they're just going to look at the follow. They base if whether they like you, or they think the more followers you have, the more you're inclined to tell the truth, or you must be in the right because you have more. Just simply that you have more than. So you're just gonna get the benefit of the doubt from the normies. So a lot of scammers like Anton Daniels, Andrew Wilson, they go into this space, right? The so-called male space, and that's how they politic their way into getting a certain amount of status. So when people start talking about the biggest male content creators, they'll say a Anton Daniels just off the numbers, but those numbers are fake. Allegedly. What's good, Pyro? Pyro's in the building. B. Watson says the elf Anton's, he says F, the Anton simplets, or the, yeah, let me see, the simples. I hate Zimps more than I hate taxes. I agree with that. I actually agree with that statement. He said, I hate Zimps more than I hate taxes. By the way, if anybody that's a follower of Anton and they're proud to call themselves a bag chaser, I mean, that's embarrassing. That's I'm sorry, that's embarrassing. I know every single, you'll have a lot of channels, they have, a nickname for the followers or a nickname for the subscribers of the content. But to call, if you're a man and you're calling yourself a bag chaser, that ain't it. That's not. I'm sorry. That's not how you. That's I can't get behind that. Anywho, I want you to see this. I want you to see this video by No Captivity, aka Freezy. He's going to show a video of Anton Daniels on his live panel. Hold on for a sec. Oh, okay, got you. He's on the live panel, and he's going to be talking about Freezy and bringing up, threatening to expose his family and all of that. So this is wild work. But actually, before I go on, I want to ask you guys this, because I did a Demi Lovato stream, a Demi Lovato / Kiki Palmer stream. Do you guys want me to go over that video first before I go into Anton, or do you want me to do this first and then go in on the Kiki Palmer situation? That's what I want to know before I go on. Yeah. He said, you, Pyro says, you need proof. If you come with me with jokes as proofs or YouTube shorts as proof, I'm not going to take you seriously. That's what, I don't think that's what, because it was a lot of black people specifically. A lot of black people were saying, well, Corey is a weirdo. He's a PDF because of this. And I'm like, okay, what's the proof? And they're showing jokes from comedy promotionals, jokes from his live streams that I watched. And I'm like, this has been on YouTube for years. Like, why? Like, this isn't proof of PDF. Like, I'm talking about this. I'm talking about no bitches have come forward. Nobody's made a YouTube and said, this is my Corey Holcomb story. Yeah, I'm like, you do know that's not how the real world works. You can't come to the judge or the court or a lawyer or a law firm office and be like, look at these jokes that, like, okay, I think so such and such as a PDF. Okay, what do you have? All right, here's these, what he said here in this live stream. I'm like, and then he's gonna be like, this falls under entertainment, like jokes. And they're even bringing up old jokes. I remember they brought up a stream from like 2008, 2009 when he was on Speedy's Comedy Corner. And I'm like, guys, that's not proof. But I was surprised, because I'm like, for you guys to find stuff like this, because I remember him saying all this stuff, but these were on 2-hour live streams, 3-hour live streams. I'm like, who paid who to look through all of his live streams to pick out these specific jokes out of hundreds of live streams? I'm like, who has the patience to even go through all of that to make a compilation like that? And I said, and also another big mistake that the haters use, one of the clips that they used was from Big Boy, right? The popular radio host. I'm like, you do know that specific tidbit, the Iceland tidbit, that's from Big Boy's comedy thing. So that means if you're gonna call him a PDF for making a joke on a radio platform, that platform that held Corey would be held liable too. You guys do know that, right? If that was like a thing. So I'm just sitting there like, yeah, that's not how real life works. Oh man. But yeah, Ninja's really disappointed me with that. Really disappointed me with that. And they're gonna come back around and they're gonna act. No, this was gonna happen. You see how with the 50 Cent situation, I talked about this earlier this week. You see how now with the 50 Cent situation, all the ninjas were on T.I. side because they thought T.I. won. I was like, guys, they thought 50 Cent was retreating. I'm sitting there like these. I'm like, these got to be the dumbest ninjas in captivity. Easily the dumbest ninjas in captivity. I'm like, you do know like 50 Cent he's setting up a plan. I'm like, when have you known 50 Cent to back out of anything? I'm talking about all the ninjas was on T.I. side. Oh, 50 Cent taking the L. I'm just sitting there shaking my head. I'm like, these niggas here, boy. Hey Chris, what you think about T.I. and all this? And I told one, especially it was a couple of girls I was talking to about this, and I told them, I was like, look, I wouldn't, if I was a celebrity or if I was in the entertainment industry, I would not want beef with 50 Cent. And that's all I told him. I don't want beef with that nigga. You think T.I. won? Why you not saying nothing about T.I.? I'm like, look, I don't want beef with 50 Cent. I'm gonna just leave it. I'm just leave it at that. Just leave it at that. Don't think it's over just yet. Now all of a sudden, T.I. now 50 Cent is dropped. He's actually 50 Cent now dropping diss tracks now, and he's gonna drop a documentary. T.I. son copping please, T.I. himself copping please. I'm like, okay. Now all the ninjas is back on 50 Cent side. It's something, the sheep are gonna do sheep things, man. They can't. Most people are not. Most people are surface level thinkers, and I don't think that's a problem per se. But the people that get on my nerves the most are the ones that they think they're not. They think they're deep level thinkers, but they're not. But anyways, B. Watson says, unfortunately, Chris, there is a lot of weak men who do genuinely believe in the weakness and lies of men like Andrew and Anton. Yeah, exactly. Like Andrew Wilson, that baffled me. I'll say that the Andrew Wilson, that baffled me more than the Anton one. The Anton one, I just felt like it's more betrayal in terms of falling for the Corey Holcomb is bad propaganda, because it's, especially when it comes to the FBA ninjas, I hope they understand like Corey Holcomb is one of your brightest and best stars, and he has lost a lot of money sticking up for y'all. He's lost a lot of money and opportunities trying to keep it quote unquote real for the longest. And now you're turning on him when he, and then particularly I'll say when it comes to the black men in this so-called black manosphere space, for you to turn on Corey Holcomb like this, without a Corey Holcomb and Patrice, there would be no so-called black manosphere. I was like, how dare you turn your back, But the Andrew Wilson, I thought that men were a lot smarter than to believe a guy like Andrew Wilson. I thought men were a lot smarter than this, but the conservatives, they showed me something that I never thought, particularly the white male conservatives, particularly the older male conservatives that support Andrew. You had these dudes was coming on my live chat saying there's nothing wrong with being a stepdad. I couldn't believe it. I was like, I was in shock. I was like, what's going on? I'm like, what? I'm like, what are we doing, man? Rachel Wilson isn't a bad woman. Are you kidding me? Wow. B. Watkins says, shame Keke Palmer turned out the way she did. She used to be a crush of mine when I was a kid when she was on the True Jackson VP. I forgot about that show. That was actually a decent show, in my opinion. I thought that was a decent show. Very unrealistic, but that was a decent show. Unrealistic meaning, yes, you do have Black women like that do work in spaces like that, but they're not getting paid. Just to let you know, they're not getting paid like what they supposed to. That's the unrealistic part about that show. Um, I know personally a young woman. She works for Sony. She's like writing hits for a lot of these female artists on the Sony label, and she's literally getting paid like teacher salary money a year. Like she is grossly underpaid. But anyways, that's how it is really for people like that. Young Black women like that work in industries like that. But anyways, he said, bro, I was 9 years old at the two. Yeah. So because when I first started listening to Corey Holcomb, I didn't know he had all that content. So when I was in college in 2016, specifically between 2016 and 2017, I was hooked on Corey Holcomb's commentary. So you see how like Patrice O'Neal has like old commentary from when he was on Opie and Anthony. Corey Holcomb had similar where he dropped a lot of gems when he was on Speedy's Comedy Corner back in 08, 2009, 2007. This was before the start of the 5150 show. And there's a lot of gems, a lot of jokes, funny ass jokes that people have stole from him, mind you, from that time. When you hear people talk about, oh, this bitch pussy look like crumbled up homework, that's Corey Holcomb's joke. That's Corey Holcomb's joke. Like, I don't know if you ever heard somebody, or so sorry, they say like somebody's stomach. Yeah, if you hear anybody saying somebody's stomach looking like balled up homework, that's Corey Holcomb's joke from like in the mid 2000s. That's Corey Holcomb's joke. And there's a lot of male content creators, particularly Black male content creators, that have stolen that joke and ran with it. But anyways, he said it has to be an Andrew Wilson fanboys picking out Corey's content. Well, Andrew Wilson's fans, they might not even know about the Corey Holcomb situation. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, he said B. Walker says Zims genuinely think 50 Cent, the most, BAMF rapper. I don't know what BAMF stands for. He says rapper would ever get bested. Well, like I said, people don't know their history. People just, I always say this. I respect consistency. 50 Cent, his character, his personality has always been consistent. This is why even when 50 Cent used to get a lot of backlash when he would talk about, his situation with his son, right? His firstborn, and how he said, look, I had to distance myself from that little nigga. That nigga, I can't hang out with that. And I'm like, for even when I was a simp, I took 50's side because I'm like, well, his reaction towards the people, like he's zero tolerance on, disloyalty, right? So I always gave 50 Cent the benefit of the doubt, even when I was blue pilled, because I'm like, you know what? Maybe he might be in one of those situations where his mom, the mother of his firstborn, really messed up his son's brain, and then lo and behold, as time goes on, 50's been proven to be right. One of the worst videos I ever saw from Marquise Jackson when he was talking about, $96,000 a year ain't enough. The child support he was he was getting. I'm like, this nigga 25 years old. What do you Oh my God. And then the stuff he said in that particular interview with that New York ninja, really child support. When we talk about, like, I believe child support should be eliminated. I don't even think there should even be a thing called child support. But if, like, say if you had a case to end child support, I would take that specific interview that Marquise Jackson had with that New York dude. The stuff that he was talking, that he was saying, he sounded like his mom. He sounded like a bitter broad. And I was like, yo, this is crazy. Like, this right there, that's like proof of why we need to eliminate child support. Because that was a wild video I saw of him. Crazy work. That was the definition of crazy work right there. Oh man. B. Watkins says older conservatives are house ninjas telling free men to go back to the plantation. Facts. Yeah, step dummies. Yeah, they were in the stream with the Andrew Wilson stream saying that there's nothing wrong with being a stepdad. First of all, they said I was lying. They said I was lying about the Andrew Wilson situation. And went from that to, well, there ain't no problem with that anyways. It's not a big deal. I was like, yeah, I was befuddled with that one. But let me see. I'll show you the Keke Palmer. I'll show the Keke Palmer video because not a lot of people saw it. Not a lot of people saw it. I'll be fair about that. Let me because when I did the live stream in my car, I just wanted to talk about it briefly, but I didn't have the video to show for it. So let's bring it up. Let me be fair. Now I gotta be careful on how I show it. I gotta be careful about that. Let me see, because I got the Jeanette McCurdy video. I got the Keke Palmer video. I showed a little bit of the Jeanette McCurdy video already, but the Keke Palmer video, the Demi Lovato video, is right up my alley, bro. Right up my alley. Oh man, actually, you know what I'm gonna do? Watch this. So the Breakfast Club, what's this Breakfast Club broad? She did a reaction to the video. And so she in the Breakfast Club video, she shows the video, and then it also shows her reaction. Whoever that broad's name, Lauren LaRosa. Yeah, Lauren LaRosa, right? And she's gonna open up about how it's interesting. She ends up opening up about how when she was younger, she was dating older dudes when she was a teenager, like grown men. And I've been warning people on my channel about this for years. Cope approach that is Andrew her second baby dad or her third? Her third. Andrew is her third baby father. I know it's so confusing, right? It is. I can't even keep track. I'm like, wait, second or I'm like, oh, second. Or, This is embarrassing. This is some embarrassing stuff. Yeah, he said, wow, SMH. By the way, there were people on this channel that didn't even know about this. And even though I've been talking about it for years, it was people that have been subscribed to my channel. They didn't know about that Andrew Wilson situation. I was shocked. I was like, wow. Hey, positive PR, when you can politic your way, people will ignore certain things for a certain amount of time. They won't look into certain people that they like. It's very interesting, very, very interesting stuff. Anyways, I gotta be careful with this Breakfast Club stuff, though. I gotta be careful with the Breakfast Club stuff. The way they be tracking down if you're using your content or not. So let me show. I gotta be careful with this Breakfast Club stuff. Let me show the original video first. Show the original. Kiki Palmer, Demi Lovato. And then I will show you Loren LaRosa's reaction to the tidbit. Oh man, I'll be warning people about this thing. This is right up my alley because I've been warning people about this stuff for a minute now. 1.25 speed, that should be enough. Or 1.5, yeah, 1.5 speed, that should be good. Right here.
My boyfriend. I found myself dating. I'm 15. Why is my boyfriend 20?
Why was my boyfriend 30?
You know, by the way, when she said her boyfriend was 30, Demi Lovato was 18 at the time, and then her boyfriend was 30. So I don't think she was 15 and then her boyfriend was 30. Demi Lovato was 18 and her boyfriend was 30. Keke Palmer's boyfriend was 20 and she was 15. But this is common. This is actually common.
Girl, you know what I'm saying?
Damn. Like, I'm not smiling at that, but that is real. We was trying to find outlets, though. I don't think, and also just a way to process this, and nobody our age, I mean,
could understand. Nobody our age could understand. But then you look back in hindsight, when I turned 30, I was like, that's not okay.
Of course, they say that now, when they were so-called winning and they were so-called finessing, believe it or not, this is what they'll say. Trust me, there were plenty of boys their age that was telling these girls, why are you dating this older dude? That that guy's a predator, and they would tell those same boys, you guys don't know what you're talking about. You guys are just jealous. You guys are just whatever, right? This is the stuff that we got accused of saying, right? We were jealous. We didn't have money. We didn't have this. So this is why they got to so-called do that. I'm so ahead of my time. And the reality is their hubris got used against them because they were so arrogant to think that they were better than their male counterparts at a certain age. But this is the part that they won't, they won't talk about that.
Girl, the moment when you realize and you get the aid of a lot of people that were around you and doing stuff, it's almost a mental break that can happen because you realize you were taking advantage of. Oh, I was being exploited.
Yeah.
Oh, this.
So that's the new thing. And people just think it's just with that situation. No, it's going to be girls in their 20s that were consenting adults that were with sugar daddies, right? Now, trust me, it's good because those girls that are going to be leaving their 20s and entering their 30s that were on all these sugar apps doing God knows what with all types of older dudes, they're going to say that they got taken advantage of. They got financially abused in all of this. I had to have sex with him because he had money. So I had to. And the economy, that's the new, especially the way the economy's going now. And then I'll keep it a buck with you. I think I think the next president, let me see, when is and I think in 2028, is going to be a Democrat in office. I could be wrong. But like I said, when it gets past 2026 and we start having because it's going to be we're so-called, there's been a swing right, but now once things start swinging left again socially and whatever, it's going to be a whole lot of broads. They're going to take advantage of that, and then they're going to try to push their dumb ish, talking about how they were forced to do this and how they were forced to do that, even though they were in their 20s, right? It's gonna be a shit show. It's gonna be a whole bunch of Gen Z women in their 30s that will have nothing to show for being a hoe for their whole 20s. I'm talking about nothing to show for it. Men not wanting to marry them and all that. They're gonna have to come up with something. B. Watkins says older women only have issues because it means competition with older chads. Exactly.
Was very difficult for me when because at 15 I'm thinking like my boyfriend's older because I'm doing an older job and I'm doing a bunch of things and this is the way that it is, and it seemed normal in my mind. But then
especially if you're an older soul too, especially
they'll always say they're an older soul and they're more mature and we mature faster than boys, but at the same time they'll say they got taken advantage of. these two things cannot be true. You can't say that you're so mature, you're so much mature than everybody else, but you also got taken advantage of. Nope. You got to pick one. You got to pick one. But it's gonna be a lot of hoes that get away that will be able to get away with this logic with the average, conservative simp. You're already seeing it with these conservative. You have these conservative male pages on Instagram, Twitter, where they're inviting porn stars on their platforms, and the porn stars are saying that they were on set and they got taken advantage of. It's the funniest. You got it, because I already showed you one of these pages on Instagram. This hoe ass nigga. His name is Gianfranco Martinez, whatever, and he's showing these interviews with these porn stars, and they're saying how they got on set and they felt like it was all wrong and they were forced to do like it's the most pathetic thing. So it's really only going to work with the Christians and the conservative simps, for the most part. But it is what it is on that. I'm gonna leave that alone.
Especially if you're mature for your age.
I love the Hillary Duff song.
Oh my God, me too.
Yeah, because it's like y'all had the same damn life.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Where people kept.
That is true. A lot of these hoes have the same life. I'm not like Kiki Palmer and Demi Lovato dating older men as teenagers. That does not surprise me at all. Like, I'm talking about at all, especially Kiki. Demi Lovato, that doesn't surprise me at all because she's a drug addict. So that's you. So you already know what comes with that territory. If you're dealing with a woman that's a woman that's a drug addict, you already know what she used to do in the past. So it is what it is. But yeah, a lot of these hoes, you'll find out a lot of these hoes have the same life. They do a lot of similar things, but it, it is what it is. Like I said, two different races, right? And I get tired of people they'll say, oh, this because they didn't have fathers, and it's, bro, there's plenty of white hoes I know that there are plenty of white hoes on Seeking and they have dads. Plenty of white hoes with that got OnlyFans. The dads of today, they don't have the same power like of the dads of the 70s, the 80s. Like those, James Evans type of dudes, they have no power. Like them James Evans types, those kind of basically died out. So even if you see a personality similar to that, he doesn't have the same power how the fathers used to have in the 80s, 70s, 60s, and beyond. Oh man. Oh yeah. This is yeah. This is what you see on the porn sites. Sorry, on the porn interviews. It's the funniest stuff. I was surrounded by a group of men. I felt pressure to perform. I didn't want to let them down. This is what they're saying. I'm like, out of all the things you could have done, honestly, you could do a YouTube channel. You can do whatever. I'm talking about the bar is actually very low for women nowadays. It's very low. Especially I'll say if you are a decently attractive woman and you're not fat and you start a social media and your social media is just literally about you. I collect stamps. She will get 500,000 subscribers for collecting stamps. I shit you not. All she has to do is just not be fat and her YouTube will blow up. Just be what's this white girl everybody's been sipping over on the Olympics? Who's this white girl that everybody? I forgot what she's a half breed. She's like half white or half Asian. Everybody's simping over this chick. It's the funniest thing. Even though I already know when I look at her, I already know she a freak. I already know. I be knowing. I forgot what her name is. She on the Olympics. Everybody's simping over her. Like that's it. And but it just shows you all you need to be is kind of pleasant and just be in shape. And sky's really the limit. The bar is very low. So this whole stuff about them being forced to do corn, this is such a load of hogwash. All the bitch got to say, a bitch could be like mid scene, and if she just says, "I don't want to do this no more," she's like, literally everybody's gonna stop for her. So I don't even want to hear that. I do not want to hear that. Cope approach says they live the same life on repeat. He says, and they have the nerve to say men are all the same. Well, that's all projection. It's all projection.
Kept telling us you're so mature for your age.
I also wrote a song about that. It's called 29.
Oh
and when you listen to it, you'll.
No, I don't want to listen to that. But anyways, let's go back to my bookmarks. And it was interesting because Loren LaRosa was talking about this. And I'm going to have to put an overlay over the screen. So this is the woman from the Breakfast Club. She's going to talk about her experience about dating dating older men when she was a teenager. So this is some very interesting stuff. And when you hear the stuff that she says, it's going to reveal a lot. It's going to reveal a lot. What overlay can I use? What overlay? I might have to actually download like something. Oh, hold on for a second. Lorena LaRosa. There's got to be a picture of her somewhere on the internet. Oh man, here we go. Yeah, we can use this picture right here. Yeah, this will work. This will definitely work. Yes, sir. By the way, man, I had a gig last night. Actually, let me leave that gig alone. That will be a surprise for another day. Anyways, here we go. We'll use this as the overlay. As every time LaRosa is talking, I'm going to put that as the overlay because Breakfast Club, they're very strict about people using their audio or their stuff. So I got to be careful with that. But anyways, this is Loren LaRosa reacting to Kiki Palmer and Demi Lovato talking about their situation of dating older men when they were teenagers. Anyways.
So Kiki Palmer and Demi Lovato sat on This Is Kiki Palmer, and they had a conversation about women dating older. And when I saw this, I'm like, yo, now I finally get why we were making mistakes back then. Let's take a listen.
Interesting. She said we. She said we. She said we. I told you, it's a whole bunch of broads. It's a lot more than you guys think that when they were teenagers, they were dating older dudes. A lot of those older dudes, they were delivery guys. It's not just drug dealers. When I say those guys are criminals, just because for those guys to be fucking with a teenager, that already automatically makes you a criminal. That's number one. Number two, a lot of those guys were drug dealers. But I'll name you the other occupations. A lot of those guys were people of the uniform, police officers, firefighters. They won't tell you this. Truck drivers, a lot of truck drivers, right? You'll have these broads, they'll admit when they were younger, they used to do hitchhiking and all this nonsense. Yeah, she said we. You caught that, right? Shout out to Copa Pro. Shout out to Stefan in the chat. Yeah. Hey, man, that's why I would say this. This is the one thing I love about Black women, bro. I love how blatantly honest they'll be about their experience. That's the difference. Because white women have done the same thing. They're just more, they know how to repackage their 304 past life and make it into something where it's believable. Black women, they just keep it. They'll just say, "No, this is I was doing this," and then the dudes will just be so appalled there, and they won't choose him. But it's a lot of Latina women. They did the same thing. She said, "We." Yeah, ain't no. She didn't say they. She said we. This is the stuff that we women were doing. This is a beautiful catch right here.
So Keke Palmer and Demi Lovato sat on This Is Keke Palmer, and they had a conversation about women dating older. And when I saw this, I'm like, yo, now I finally get why we were making mistakes back then. Let's take a listen.
I found myself dating.
So now we can skip past the scene where they were talking about the interview. So let's go right back to Lauren LaRosa talking right here.
And at 15 or 14, obviously, because they're on
very difficult. Exploited.
Yeah.
Oh, was very difficult for me when I because at 15 I'm thinking like my boyfriend's older because I'm doing an older job and I'm doing a bunch of things and this is the way that it is, and it seemed normal in my mind,
especially if you're mature for your age.
So their lifestyles was a bit different at 15 or 14, obviously, because they're on all these big shows or whatever. But the conversation they had when I watched the interview yesterday was just about the responsibility when you're doing like grown-up responsibility. So like if you're the oldest one in your family or the breadwinner in your family, you feel like you have to be with someone who can also do what you feel like you're being told to do in your family. And I'm like,
crime.
Yeah, now she's coming up with the excuses. I was the oldest. Well, that's the highest my voice can go. I was the oldest in my family. I was the this. I was the that. I was the breadwinner. I had the responsibility. So I had to be with a guy. I had to be with a predator because they know like that's why you had to sneak off with the guy. That's why you couldn't be shown off because you knew he was breaking the law. You knew you were not supposed to be with that guy. You knew he was not supposed to be with you. That's why, like, come on. Panda Man said they all do it. Yeah, that's a real. Yeah, shout out. Yeah, the racial blue pill right here. Shout out to Cope Approach. Once you find out. Like it's black women, they usually get the bad rap because they just admit it. But all races of women, they get caught up in that nonsense. Dating 22-year-olds and they were like 15, 14 years old. And people told them not to do that. Once they got caught, people told them not to do that. So I don't even want it. Like they chose to be in that situation. And the normie, you know what the normie response is? What about the male predators? You got nothing to say about them? I'm like, yeah, two things can be true. Yes, they're predators, but she decided to be with a predator. I mean, if there's a sign that says do not enter, there's alligators in this pit, and then you decide to go into the pit with the alligators, what can I do? But when you say this, they say that you're a predator apologist. it's you know the logic of the normies. This is why I don't talk about this stuff. Like there's certain stuff that I'll risk from now and then. This stuff right here, you cannot talk about this with the normies. They're gonna think you're a creep. Even though you ain't never smashed no underage broad. You never even tolerated stuff like this. But because a bitch want to be fast and she thinks she's better than her male counterparts her age, and she wants to guise it up as, oh, I had responsibility and I'm an old soul and all this nonsense. They decide to do that, but you get the blame for saying, nah, you just were on the losing end and now you have regrets.
It is, but I you know, and listen, I'm not saying it's not a crime, but I learned in real time, like from reporting on all the R. Kelly stuff, a lot about what wasn't right and what was right, even when I was younger, because I was dating older people. Same. But I always thought I was dating older people, and I was told that it was okay.
Oh, by the way, Jess Hilarious, you hear there's Jess Hilarious in the background. She said the same. She said you heard her. She said, I did the same thing. I was dating older men when I was teenagers. So like I said, we already have the only two female panelists on the Breakfast Club show. They both admit, two black women, mind you, that when they were teenagers, they were dating older men. Let me do a rewind.
I'm not saying it's not a crime, but I learned in real time, like from reporting on all the R. Kelly stuff, a lot about what wasn't right and what was right, even when I was younger, because I was dating older people. Same. But I always thought I was dating older people, and I was told that it was okay because of what I was doing for myself at the time.
We've definitely seen that a lot. We've seen go in high school. We've seen older guys come into high schools, pick up the high school girls. We've seen that all the time.
It's still crime.
No, yeah, it was
crime,
wrong.
depending on where
Now, Charlemagne the God should low-key be the last one talking about this is a crime because Charlemagne the God is on record for when he was like 20 years old. He was hanging out with a 13 or 15-year-old girl himself, and the 15-year-old girl that came out against Charlemagne said that you took advantage of her. Now, even whether she's lying or not, I would have to ask, why are you a 20-year-old man in South Carolina or whatever Carolina you was in, and you were best friends with a 13-year-old or what's a 15-year-old girl at the time? So Charlemagne the God, he has to cover base and say, oh, this is a crime still, this is a crime. Like I said, a lot of these so-called, the male panderers, you got to look up their history. Watch this. Let me see. Charlemagne the God accusations. Yeah, Jessica Reed, that was her name. Charlemagne the God. Reading from the AI overview, Charlemagne the God, aka Larry McKelvey, has faced long-standing accusations. Let me see. Is it in 2001 when Charlemagne the God was 22? Jessica Reed, who was then 15 years old, alleged she was drugged and raped at a party in South Carolina. Legal outcome, they said Charlemagne the God did not face trial for the grape charge. Instead, he pleaded guilty to a lesser charge of contributing to the delinquency of a minor and served 3 years of probation. Even like I said, even if nothing happened between them, I would ask Charlemagne the God, Charlemagne, you're 22 and you're 22 years old and you're hanging out, you're partying with a 15-year-old girl. Yeah, that's suspect. But anyways, like I said, we need to start talking about the real predators. But anyways,
it was wrong for sure. But watching them have that conversation now, that because she was right, now that I'm older, I look back and I'm like, if my niece at 15, I would have a fit. Like,
and I have, I'm saying I have a daughter now, and so that would crush me. To find out that she's dating, because she wouldn't bring him home, dating somebody older. Because I never brought home the older guys that I dated.
Now it's interesting what Jess Hilarious is saying. This is the stuff that I've been saying. What Jess Hilarious right here, where she said, it only started hitting me that what happened to me was wrong was when I started having daughters. And then now they're going to get to once they start getting into a certain age, where at that same age, she was doing what she was doing. So now once their daughters or their nieces get to that similar age and they start doing that, then it starts to hit them. Oh, I got taken advantage of. Oh, this happened to me. This is what I've been saying on this channel all along. That's the only time it really hits them. So, but like before that, and by the way, what's interesting is they all have this story, mind you. Most of these hoes have this story, but they'll still protect the predators, right? So they won't even say the names of these guys. I'm like, okay, so this happened to you when you were a teenager. You were dating a predator, right? You were dating this guy who was overage. Whether you're a victim or not, it is what it is. Okay, so why don't we expose the guy that you were going out with? And they will never reveal the person's name. A lot of the times, in my opinion, this is my opinion on why they don't expose these guys. Only when they get famous. A lot of those guys that they dated were like straight losers, or they were either drug dealers or straight losers. Meaning the guy that they dated, so-called dated, the guy was in his late 20s, they were 15, the guy was a drug dealer. So if that's the case, there's a good chance that even once that woman is in her late 20s, she's still getting drugs from that same guy. Or a guy connected to that guy, right? Now, the other option is the guy was like a straight loser. So the guy at the time, he probably, he was driving trucks for FedEx, right? And he was making some decent money, but that same, that his money compared to a high schooler boy's, a boy in high school, his money is like gold to that young broad, right? So, once the older broad gets into her late 20s, the truck driver, he's probably in a different state, or he probably broke his arm and he can't really drive trucks anymore, and that guy's just a straight loser, homeless type ninja. So she can't even claim that this guy took advantage. You're like, what? This? And it's literally going to be like an old homeless dude. But like 20 years ago, the guy was driving trucks. The guy was doing deliveries and stuff like that. But he physically just can't do that anymore. So, or the guy was in law enforcement, or he was military. You know what I mean? It's that's usually the two options why they won't expose the guy. Now, if the guy gets famous, aka a Charlemagne the God type dude, right? He gets famous, then they'll maybe think about exposing him. But that's just how the game works. He says, yeah, she looks at their daughters as competition. He says a boy in high school or middle school. Yep, middle school as well. Believe it or not, like I remember Cassidy, the rapper, he was talking about that. He said I saw older dudes picking up broads in middle school, and I saw that as well. So I remember there was certain chicks that I knew personally, and I never really asked questions because since I cared for them at one point, so I didn't want to ask any questions. But they were going out with significantly older dudes, right? Not I'm not just talking about sophomores in high school. I mean like older dudes. And then I remember one chick when I was in 6th grade, she was in 8th grade. She was straight up messing with a grown man. Just bottom line, a grown man. Some people kind of knew about it, but they're just like, damn. And then one of the funny thing is, like, especially I'll say when amongst black people, one of the biggest, telltale signs, like it'll be like a older dude picking up the broad in a truck in middle school or high school, or sorry, junior high. And they'll ask, who's that dude that picked you up? Oh, that's my cousin. Because they'd be like, nah, that's not your dad. Who's that in that truck? They'll be like, that's my cousin. Oh, some of them will literally say, oh yeah, that's my brother. I'm like, nah, that's not your brother, and that's not your cousin. Some of those older, it'll be like she'll say it was her brother, but it'll be like her former stepbrother, a guy that used to be her stepbrother because her parents used to be married to this dude, and he had a kid coming into then they divorced, and then but she still knows her stepbrother from when she was you see all types of nonsense, particularly in ninjadom. Like you'll see all types this just crazy nonsense. Yeah, that's my uncle. I seen, yeah, that's my uncle. But that's my cousin. That used to be the bigger that was the one that I saw. B. Watkins says, to be fair, even the "that's my cousin" excuse doesn't fly no more. Simp cousins also try to smash them. It's not even try. They do. Especially I'll say in this Hispanic community, like that will actually be their cousin picking them up, and then the cousin is smashing the girl. That's huge in the Latin community. So that's that's in the Latino community. Like that actually happens. You'll have like a broad. Actually, let me remember. I think I shared a meme with somebody about this specific incident, and the joke was, you're at a random quinceañera, and then you see a young teenage girl coming out the bathroom crying, and then she looks in, and then the guy looks into the trash can, and it's a fetus. Oh man! And the crazy thing about that meme was it wasn't even just the meme itself; it was the comments. All the comments it said, and then they find out that the father of the fetus is an actual relative of the young girl. They said that Spanish. It was like they said Spanish, real life Spanish Hispanics horror story 101. It was crazy. But this stuff happens. This is real. This is real ish right here. This stuff really happens. But when you, like I said, you can't talk. You can't talk about this in public. This is what this space is here for. We have to talk about this here. So once you see it, it don't even throw you off no more. It's like certain things it doesn't even need to be said. Like last week when I was at church, right? I'm subbing in at this specific church, and I've already gotten familiar with all the people, the deacons and all that. And then a girl who was new to the church tried to talk to me after the service, right? She's now joining the choir. But we started having a close type of conversation, and the deacons were trying to, they went up to me, and then they saw me talking to the girl. They were like, oh, okay. And I could just see through their eyes. They're like, oh, we know what that is. It doesn't even need to be, they don't have to come up to me and be like, ooh, you talk, I see what's going on here. No, they just, oh, okay, we see that. I can see, like, I can look at their eyes, and it's like, it's almost like we can read each other's mind. Like, oh, this is we'll let you get acclimated, get familiar. Especially nowadays, they, like, churches really, now more than ever, they really need young people getting together to create families so they can stay in the church and stuff like that. So they're definitely not going to interrupt whatever's happening, you know. Back in the day, like, churches be like, no, you will not go out with our girls and all this stuff. Nowadays, no, they don't do that no more. They just it can say, yeah. So now he said, yeah, it's what Cope Approach says, yeah, it is wild how a person's facial expression can say so much. Yeah, they, like, one of the deacons he was about to help me out with it was the sound guy. He was gonna help me out with something, and then he was like, oh no. Just it was funny. It was funny. But that's why you definitely need more, you know, when it's more men, particularly older men that are working, that they've already, you know, been through that part of life, and they, you know what I mean? So that's the positive about stuff like that. But anyways, Cope Approach says it's almost like you can read their mind. Yeah. Mind you, I'm not really trying anything with that girl. I ain't even gonna hold you. Now she is younger than me. She is 25. But she told on herself. She told on herself. She's been out there, and her folks basically forced her back into church, and she's starting singing again, you know. And there's no disrespect to her, but it's like, I mean, I'm only at that church temporarily. Like, just that's a temporary position. B. Watkins says, to be fair, the few first cousin marriages I have seen are pretty stable-ish. Yikes. That's yikes. That's terrible. But I know what you're talking about. I'm just saying in the Latin community, it's common. It's common. Like, you'll find out, like, you'll see a couple together in the Latin community, in particular, and then you'll find out that they were like first cousins, not, you know, second, third, related by marriage and all. No, like, you'll find out that, like, they're cousins, and you're like, bruh, no. Oh man. But that's like in the Hispanic community, that shit is common. People don't even talk about it. They don't. I think people don't even want to talk about it. In the Hispanic community, that shit it happens a lot. To B. Watkins says, to be fair, these people just genuinely don't really care since it's common. Viva La Rosa. Oh Lord, lives in L.A. and would never go back to Mexico. He says the average Hispanics. But anyways. Cause I'll be like, oh Lord, because I don't even like to think about that kind of stuff. But it happens. The real world, you know what I mean? Anyway,
I mean, but that was just something
they shouldn't want to come to your house because they know they was committing a crime.
Yeah,
and that's the crazy thing, right? Morally, ethically, you can be cool with it. I think you're mature enough to do it, but it's still a crime.
It is.
Yeah, yeah,
For sure.
yeah. But that's a great conversation.
It's a
to
deeper
check out as
conversation
well.
because I'm sure you guys dated older men, right?
I just said, yeah, I did.
He says that in these communities, they legit still use the "she provoked me" thing. Man, I'll say this: there's a bunch of younger Hispanic people that are finally starting to come out and say, look, this is the stuff that be happening in our communities. Like, even like I remember one of them Fugazi ninjas, like one of the gay Hispanics, which, mind you, there's a large population of gay Hispanics in the United States. Outside, when it comes to percentage of gay men by race, I think Hispanics, I think they're number one. If I'm not mistaken, I could be wrong about that, but I think it's Hispanics are number one. But I could be wrong. But one of the Hispanics, they came out and they said that, look, a bunch of these uncles that be hanging around together, they won't tell you this, but they be fucking each other and shit. I'm like, whoa. I was just like, this came out of like left field. I was like, yo, that's wild. Because this is the stuff that they only put on, oh, this is what, white dudes be doing. Wild work. Yeah, Fugazis. No Fugazis. Oh man, this is wild work.
I, honestly,
But what age? How old? What
I was like a freshman in high school dating people that was like about to be graduating from college.
Same.
Like,
Yeah,
and
that's
older.
crazy.
18.
So you heard what she said. She said I was a freshman in high school and I was dating people. What? She said that was about to graduate from college. Yeah, this sounds about right.
I was like about to be graduating from college.
Same.
Yeah, so basically guys that were 22, like I said, 22, 23, 21, and then she was a freshman in high school. So she was like, what, 13, 14 years old. This is the stuff I've been saying. 13, 14, 15, dating older college dudes, 22, 23, 21 years old. A lot of 22, you know what I mean? 16-year-old dating 22, 23. This is common. And I also want you guys to pay attention to this because I'm also going to do another episode later on this week where we're going to talk about the rise of female predators, right? And two things can be true. I believe that this has always been happening, and it's just female predators they didn't get told on from back in the days. Just now they're getting told on more. But two things can be true. I think there's a rise of it happening, and on top, more women are getting exposed than in the past. And what I want you guys to notice are the ages, right? So you'll see 25-year-old female teacher gets caught with 14-year-old male student. 27-year-old female teacher gets caught with 16-year-old male student. And the missing part of these stories with the predator female teachers, the thing that's missing is you have to ask the hard question. That age, the age of the male victim, that's probably the same age where when that female teacher was that same age, the dude that she was messing with at that age was probably the same age as she, you know what I mean? So when you see a 25-year-old female teacher get caught with 14-year-old boy, when that teacher was 14 years old, she was probably messing with a guy that was in her mid-20s. So she thinks that's okay. So when it's a male, usually boys that have been violated by other men when they were younger, they tend to become predators themselves. They end up becoming, like, when you see a dude that was a predator to young boys, they end up doing the same thing to other young boys when they get a certain age. So we always held that standard when it came to male victims or male predators, but I think we forgot to apply that logic to females as well. So when you have females messing with certain dudes at a certain age, they're likely to do the same thing once they get that certain age as well. But we just don't look at it that way when it comes to women. So that's something that's been lost, in the narrative when it comes to, older predatory females. That's one thing that's been lost, because when we hear about, like, a woman will say, oh yeah, when I was this years old, I got violated by this man, but then we'll still allow that female to watch over kids. But that's not supposed to happen, because if a man says, I got violated by such and such, I want to still apply to be a teacher or a position where he's working with kids, they're gonna keep an eye on him, or they're gonna say, I don't think this job is for you. So all these women that are saying, look, when I was a teenager, I was messing with this, I think those same women should not be allowed to be working with teenagers or middle school boys. That's just my opinion. But it is what it is. It says, shout out to Cooley. No fugazis. I didn't even realize I did that. Shout out to Pan the Man. He says, and to think I had to compete against actual grown men out. He said, ooh, I want some vengeance. Yeah, like, you're like a high school boy. Like, how are you supposed to compete when you're not even allowed? You're 14, 15 years old, and you have girls that age talking about, oh, the boys my age don't have money. They're not even allowed to have a job yet. And even if they can, the most that they're gonna get is like, what, $30 in a day? If they're lucky. Come on. The boys my age, they don't have money. When they say mature and I can't be around guys my age because they're not mature, they just mean they don't have any money. That's what it is. They don't have no status, they don't have no money. That's why you'll even have a broad. She'll be like, you'll have certain broads, they'll be with certain athletes. Like they were with the athlete before he got famous, quote unquote. And they'll say, I was with him when he had nothing. And then you find out he was like a 5-star recruit coming out of high school, a 4-star recruit committed to USC. I was with him when he had nothing. You're just like, yeah, okay. Anywho, it's the funniest thing, but anyways, he said, yeah, they're just doing the reverse. Ellis is here. So is that a reason or an excuse to continue the same behavior? B. Watkins says, Chris, in Mexico, people do talk about the incest thing, though it's definitely shifting blame since some say Southern Mexicans do it more. Oh, they always do that nonsense in these countries, right? Like you'll be like in Italy and you'll have the Northern Italians talking crazy about the Southern Italians and the Southern, man, they got oh no, it's just the Southern Mexicans in the Central Americans that no. I hate it when countries be doing that to each other. Stop. They got to stop that. Yeah, exactly. He says women use it as an excuse and society allows it. B. Watkins says, let's be real. He says, let's be honest. If society let young high school men go after older men who hit on their women of their age bracket, he said that this would cause massive casualties. B. Watkins says they just want a rich sponsor. Cope approach says, yes, it's already hard enough competing with the high school upperclassmen, let alone college dudes. Like, oh, man. Actually, let me not say any names. Man. I thought about literally a specific situation. A specific situation with one broad. She had like because she had just came into the high school. Oh no, actually, I did talk about her. I did talk about her on on one of my live streams. I talked about how basically like she had like a big old butt, where basically no matter what pants she wore, she couldn't hide it. And she was going out with a senior in high school. She was already going out with a senior at the time, and she was a freshman. And then her next boyfriend was once she became a sophomore, like it was a guy who was a junior, but he was already 19 or 18 at the time. he was similar to because I have a family member, like he was like 18 or 19, but then he had to stay back a couple of years in high school. So it was a similar situation like that. So was she white or black? I think she was she was Hispanic. I'm pretty sure she was Hispanic. Yeah, she was Hispanic. She was Hispanic. She, like, her first boyfriend at the high school was a senior, and then her next boyfriend was a junior, but the guy was like 18, 19 years old. He was already 18, 19. He stayed back a couple years. And then he had like early graduation and one of these things. And everybody knew about it. Like they were like when she was a freshman and she had her senior boyfriend, like they were holding hands in the hallway and everything. So everybody knew about that. But her bro, I'll say this, her classmates, her male counterparts at her fellow freshman boys at the time, or the guys in her class, they had no chance. I'm just letting you, they had no chance. Oh man, she almost got me in trouble too, bro. Because I remember she mistook me for one of her friends. There was this black dude in that she knew that looked like me, and she went up to me and said hi and did all this stuff, and I'm like, And then she said the person's name, and I was like, oh nah, she's like, you're not related. I'm like, oh nah, I don't know that guy at all. No worries. And then she would say hi in passing, but I was like, nah, I don't want to be connected. I didn't want to be connected to that. I was like, nah, leave me out of that. Cause she was 1 year younger than, she was 1 year younger than me. So when she was a freshman, I was a sophomore, but I did not want to be connected to any of that. She was because her, and mind you, because you asked her race, she was Hispanic, but the senior was a black dude, right? And then her next boyfriend was also black as well. Mind you, there was only like how many niggas was at my school? There was only about like, honestly, there was only about like 20 ninjas at my school, the school that I went to. there was about, I'm talking about FBA and non-FBA combined. There was only about 20 ninjas at my school. Like the ninjas at my school, like you could always recognize them by face. You could always recognize them. There was that small number of us at the school that I was at. So you knew every ninja at that school. You might have not known their name, but you knew their face. You know what I mean? Like you could easily recognize them. He said the one dude that was already 16 in 8th grade. Yeah, I know guys like they were like a certain age in 8th grade. They were 15, 16, and then they were already going out with all the girls. Yeah, I've seen situations like that too. He says only young 6'5" Chad who looks like Andy. What's it? Andy Dalton. You say Alain? No, so what's it? Oh, never mind. Alain Delon. Who's Alain Delon? Hold on. Before I read that chat, let me look up who that is. Alain. Oh, I know who that is. That's a famous Chad actor from the past. The former heartthrob of the past. Only young 6'5" Chad who looks like Elon Delon and is these 304's age, it has a chance. Even then, he might suffer due to not being able to get a job at 15. Exactly. I agree. Who's this new the new, they say Henry Cavill. No, who's the new guy of today? There's always the one white Chad that all the broads be going crazy over. There's always like one. There's always a new one for like every like 3 or 4 or 5 years. He's in this new movie that I accidentally saw. I'll say. What's the guy's name? He's in all these movies now. Yeah, shoot. I literally just talked about him yesterday. Hold on. Who's the Euphoria cast? Or whoever. Yeah, Jacob Elordi. Yeah, this ninja right here. They have this dude play any movie or series that requires a Chad, or if they're doing some kind of BDSM whatever, they always call this ninja. Yo, they have this ninja. Yeah, exactly. Jacob Elordi. I didn't even look at the chat. Dude, they got this movie right now. I went to the movie theaters yesterday. Before my gig, I had choir rehearsal, and then I had my gig. So I had like 4 hours of downtime before setup. So I had plenty of time to watch a movie. So I did a blind pick. The last time I did a blind pick was The Equalizer, because I didn't watch any of the previous movies. So I was like, oh, okay. I remember I did a blind pick on The Equalizer and one other movie. So I was testing my luck. I was like, okay, all right, let's try. I'm like, what's on at 1:15? And then they said Worthington. I think that's the movie called Worthington. Now, I had no idea what Worthington was. I was like, I went into the movie theater. Apparently, when you go into movies now, you don't even buy tickets anymore. Like you have to buy the tickets at the concession stand. There's like a spot where you can just scan the QR code and then they'll let you in. It's different nowadays. Anyways, I asked for, okay, I'm like, okay, what movie's on right now at 1:15? Oh, Worthington. All right, let me take that. I had no idea what it was. I go into the movie theater, I just see all these white women, all of them looking like they working at HR or something. I'm like, why is it only like white women and their friends in the movie? I didn't see. I probably saw one dude, probably one couple in there, a dude and his girlfriend in that movie, but it was mostly just white women in their 20s and in there, and they were like looking at me weird. I was like, okay, this is okay, whatever. I come in there. What, man? That movie was freaked out. This is it's a it's basically a BDSM movie. I was like, what is, man? I didn't finish the movie. I left. Mind you, I had plenty of time to go to my show. I had plenty of time. I left early. I was like, nah, I can't finish this. This is crazy. So this is what they're requesting. They want to have their romance novels brought to life, and then they request somebody like a Jacob Elordi to be the male protagonist. This is what the broads are requesting. It's the funniest stuff. Mind you, in the beginning of the movie, I had no idea he was in the movie, because in the beginning of Worthington Heights, I think, what's the movie called? Withering Heights, Worthington Heights. I don't know. Let me get the movie right. Let me not be disrespectful. Hold on for a sec. Worthington, yeah, Worthington Heights, right? Yeah, Worthington Heights. Wuthering, what's it? Wuthering Heights. Wuthering Heights. I'm like, okay, this is in the beginning of the movie. I didn't recognize Jacob because I guess what was asked of him in the beginning of the movie was for him to not shave. So he had like long hair and he kind of looked like a Jewish bass player, a awkward looking Jewish bass player. That's what he looked like in the beginning. So I had no idea who that was. But then like in the middle of the movie, I think he runs away and then he comes back fully clean shaved. And I'm like, oh, that's the I'm like, that's the ninja that they be using in all these, the Chad ninja to play all the Chads. I was like, what kind of movie is this? He says B. Watson says white women literature bores me, especially Jane Austen. Cope Approach says, yeah, his height carries him. Yeah, it does. It does. But I don't wanna diminish his talents just off that. I feel like I'd be coming off like a hater. Because I respect how he's finding his way in the industry. You know, I don't want to speculate on his sexuality because you'll find out like a lot of these guys that played Chads in the past, they were doing fugazi stuff in the background, you know, so I don't want to cast any aspersions. Shout out to Stephen A. Smith. But since he is from Australia, maybe he's not. Right? So I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. D. Watson says, I always feel uncomfortable when I go see movies for men and it's full of women, not even there with the BS. Bro, for Worthington Heights, I started asking after the movie, I started asking my friend, I was like, you ever heard of Worthington Heights? And he said, yeah. He said that basically the next shows of Worthington Heights, it's sold out. It's so like he said the seats are sold out. They're completely freaked out, man. These hoes are freaks, man. I'm like, this is a freaky leak. I'm calling these movies freaky leaks. These are freaky leak movies, bro. I cannot believe it. I was like, this is crazy. B. Waska says, if he was short, he would play the incel younger brother with Tismos. let's not disrespect. I'll say this. You know what was very interesting? I saw there was a viral video of 6'8" the Great where he could barely dunk. That was wild. I will say this. I'm gonna give 6'8" the Great the benefit of the doubt in this regard. Maybe he had some kind of crazy injury where he can't jump, because that's wild for you to be 6'8". Like he must have had some kind of injury or something, because I'm like, there's no way where like I'm looking at him like he's probably maybe he's faking it for content. I refuse to believe he's that unathletic. Nah, there's no way. There's no way. Let's see. Yeah, I hope I'm saying it. Wuthering Heights. Yeah, Wuthering Heights. That's why I guess that's what the movie's called. Cope Approach asks me, he says, Chris, if Black and Latina women were off the table, would you date Becky's or Asians? Well, yeah, that's what I like. For I mostly date. Well, do I? I'll say this: I haven't dated a whole lot of Asians, but I think I've dated an equal portion of Black, Latina, and white. I think so. I can name. Oh yeah, I'll say this: I can name of each race, I can name at least 3 broads of each race where they had a genuine liking for me, right? Now with the Asians, I can only name like 1 or 2, right? The Beckys, yeah, for the Beckys, I can name, yeah. I think it's an equal portion. He said if black Latino women are off the table, would you date Becky's or Asians? Yeah, like I don't have a preference. I don't really have a preference. All you got to do, like I said, you just got to be respectful and keep your mouth closed when need be. And then first of all you got to be, like, for me, just don't be fat and not be a single mom. And then we let's see let's see what we can do from there. You know what I mean? Especially when it comes to just casual. You talking about casual dating? I'm not looking for all these, things. Just don't be fat and not be a single mom. And I'll say heavy on the single mom part. Just that's a note. Like for me, like you cannot, no. So I know that takes a lot of Latina and black women off the table off rip, anyways. So it is what it is. Panda Man said, "Nah, F that. Don't give him the benefit of the doubt. He's already winning in a rigged game." Oh man, that's funny though. That is funny. But I'll say this: I'll keep it a buck with you. If you're not on the Fugazi team, I will give you the benefit of the doubt. Like, say if it's confirmed he's not gay, then I could be like, okay, salute, get your money, bro. You know what I mean? But if he's gay and he's hiding it, then I'm gonna be like, nigga. Now that's where I feel like you're cheating the game. If, like, especially if you're gay and then you're not telling people. Now, if he was like gay, like if he's openly gay, like what's that white dude that's openly gay but he's funny? He had a show. I forgot what his name is. It's a skinny white dude, but he's funny. He's a funny dude. He's a funny white dude, but he's like openly gay. I have no problems with him. He's played plenty of straight characters, right? But if you one of them people that Corey Holcomb be talking about, and then you get to profit off of being a heartthrob for bras, but then in the background you're doing fugazi stuff. I think that's not fair. I don't think that's fair. But anyways, man. B. Watson says, to be fair, respect, I guess, for Jacob Elordi for trying to move out of the dark triad niche, sort of. He probably doesn't even like doing stuff like that. Like I'm telling you, a lot of those guys, I'm just telling you from experience. A lot of those guys, especially the ones that have to do like they got to do music or they're in the entertainment industry. They feel like they'll be like 6'5" or 6'6", and then people just automatically think they need to be good at basketball or something. And if they're not, then people like look at them as failures or something. Or if they don't act a certain way, people think they're too soft just because they don't want to be like, guys like that, they don't want to come across as aggressive bullies. So when you see like those mutants, right? These guys that are 6'6", 6'5", 6'7", they don't want to come across as bullies for the most part. Now, the ones that are actually bullies, those are the guys that are like 6'1" and 6'2", right? 6 feet. Those guys, no disrespect to those guys, by the way, but those guys that are like 6'6", 6'7", them security guard type ninjas, they try to, they do everything in their power for the most part, from what I've seen. They do everything in their power to make sure they don't come across as a bully. Pan the Man says, I was talking about 6'8", not being able to dunk, but yeah, screw a Lordy too. Oh, okay, you're talking about 6'8", the great. He has to be faking it. He's faking it. There's no way. He has to be doing that for content. Nah, not Tosh.0. It's this one white dude. Yeah, he played the witty bachelor. I know who you're talking about. I forgot what he's funny though. He's funny. He's funny. It's this white gay dude, but he's funny. I'm trying to think of his name. He played like a straight character. Wait, did he play Malcolm in the Middle? Yeah, he played in the Malcolm in the Middle, the older dude. Malcolm in the Middle cast. Did he play in the Malcolm in the, I could be wrong about that, but didn't he play? No, no, not him. Man, what's that guy's name? He didn't play in the Malcolm in the Middle. I'm wrong. But he played like a bachelor. Like he had his own show at one point. And he also played in Undercover Brother too. Undercover Brother. He was the guy that said the line. He says, like, you know, behind every black. Yeah, Neil Patrick Harris. That's his name. Neil Patrick Harris. That guy. Like he's openly gay. But I don't have much problems with him. Yeah, Neil Patrick Harris. Yeah, Neil Patrick Harris, man. He's openly himself. So if you're already coming out and say, no, this is my life, what can I say? You know what I mean? So it is what it is. And he's kind of funny. I'm not even going, I'll give him, I gotta give props where props is due. He's actually funny. But anyways,
Same.
Like,
Yeah,
and
that's
older.
crazy.
Yeah, but I was always taught, and maybe I misconstrued it, but I was always taught a man has to do certain things for
So
you
you
as a
are-
woman.
yeah, Neil Patrick Harris, that player character that he was playing, that was funny. He used to, like, I was shocked when he was like, "Oh no, I'm a gay man." I'm like, "The fuck." But he was one of the few people that I was like, you know what, it is what it is. At least he's honest. And I basically gave him a pass. Back then, there used to be a shock when you find out like one of your favorite people to see on TV came out as Fugazi. But with Neil, he's always been open about his life, so I can't say anything to him.
14,
And men
15?
my age weren't
Yeah.
doing that stuff.
You were 14,
They was
15.
14. They were trying to figure life out.
21-year-old.
It was a time.
Listen.
Y'all were supposed to grow up and get to be 20
I
something,
didn't
30
realize.
something.
I didn't realize until I got my.
You were
Until
14
I did not
21-year-old?
realize until I had my boyfriend and we were going to college together, and I had to sit my mom down and have a conversation with her about the fact that he couldn't provide certain things because he was a college student, and everything switched. I feel like I took back over control, but yes, I was
That's
taught to
crazy.
provide.
So listen to what she's saying right here. Watch this. This is very interesting stuff right here.
Control, but yes, I was
That's
taught to
crazy.
provide.
Mhm.
Men needed to provide from a very
What
young
does
age.
a 21, 22-year-old want? What a freshman.
So forget what the simp comments that DJ Envy is saying. Loren LaRosa, she says that she was taught at an early age that men need to be providers. Men need to provide this. They need to be. So it's very interesting. They'll say that men don't look at women as human beings, yet it's actually the reverse. Women have been taught by their whore mothers, whore sisters, whore aunts, whore friends to use men as a mean to an ends, or ends to a mean to an ends, whatever. Just a means to an ends. That's what they've been taught, to look at men as just almost like a necessary evil. That's basically how young women like La Rosa were taught by their moms. It's crazy. Just a means to an end. So it's not, they don't even look at men as human. This is the real conversation. People want to talk about who's a real predator, but how about the women that just look at men as a means to an end? How about the women once they hit 30, once they hit 30 years old, and then they're quote unquote looking to settle down, quote unquote. And so they'll trick a man or pressure a man into marrying them, knowing that they have no real feelings towards that man. They're just looking out for their own, self-interests. But guys are the predators. Nah, This is just pure
In
projection.
high school.
Can I ask you a
Now-
question? Do you think your parents was, your mom was telling you something that your older self needed to hear? Like when she was talking to you at 14, saying, be with a man that's going to provide. But I think she was talking to you when you get
I think
older.
it was
Like she
also,
was teaching her early.
Yeah, and I think it was also her trying to protect me, even though that wasn't the best way. I didn't interpret it the right way because I think
Right.
she just wanted to make sure that I wasn't in a position where I was being taken advantage of, where it was like it was an equal partnership, but it just wasn't committed. She did the best she could.
Yeah.
She didn't have that. She did the best she could. She
I was
was
say something, but I
surviving
wanted to be
off of
found. So let's
But
just.
also,
So she interpreted her mom saying you need a provider, and she took it as when she was in high school, I need to look for an older dude to provide for me at 14, 15. I think that's a bit of an excuse. That's a little bit of an excuse. By the way, Pyro, I found the Pyro. I might send the screenshots to Pyro or Ainsley. Maybe both, but I'm leaning towards Pyro. So if Pyro's still in the chat, I might send you the screen recording of, remember when I said I had the text? I thought I had the screenshots of the text when the girl said, I knew at 13, I can only be with men, like with grown men. At 13, she came to that conclusion. And how she even showed me the picture of her baby father, and then I screen recorded all of this because I was like, you know what? Maybe I should give the picture of this guy to whoever needs the picture, because she said she got impregnated by the guy when she was like, what, 14 or 15 or 13 years old. So I remember getting like even a text from the same girl. She was like, can you please scrub that photo? And it's not like she thought I was stalking her. She thought that I was trying to get her baby father in trouble. I was just like, what the fuck? I'm sitting there. I was like, man, where are the screenshots? Why can't I find it? It's a screen recording. So I found it. So I might send it to Pyro. I might. He said, show me the pic. It's a screen recording. It's a screen recording. You know what? Let me see this. Let me see this. Let me see if I can send it. What I'm gonna do, because this actually might take me a while. This might take me a while. Because I gotta go back to Anton at one point. Let me see. Once it hits the 2. I might have some time. Okay, let me see if I can find that video real quick. Because I was looking through my phone. I'm like, why is it? I'm like, I know I screenshotted it, but I screen recorded it. Oh man. I remember I was looking through my Instagram DMs and all this. I'm like, I know I saved it. Oh yeah, but sometimes I'll be sending like screenshots of like some of these broads out here, them dry begging for money. I remember I sent a couple screenshots to Ainsley of like my L's, like because I won't even be ashamed to show. I'll be like, yeah, these are some of the L's I'll be taking when I start normie dating. Let me see if I can find a video though, because it's a video. Let me look at this real quick. If I can find it. But anyways, let me let the video play out real quick.
The reality is you can't be more mad at Lauren than you are the guy.
No, both of them. No, actually, it's definitely the guy. But if your dad was there, if your dad was in your life,
It would have been a different story. That's what I'm saying. My mom by herself with my grandmother did the best that they could.
It wouldn't happen.
Period.
Now, I don't like how they're putting it on her non-existent father. How does the non-existent father still get the blame in all of this? This is crazy.
That's crazy because my dad was there.
Oh,
He was always there, you know.
Shout out to Jess Hilarious right here. She said her dad was there and she still did the same thing. That's the point that I made earlier. Why? me see. That's the Marcus video. Linda Caicedo. I know I didn't delete it. Let me see. But yeah, I screen recorded the convo. That shit was crazy. Okay, this the no, that's the marriage. No. Now I'm looking at all these old screenshots. I'm looking at now old screenshots that I have of hoes that I blocked. Like these are some old screenshots that I'm looking through my phone now. I'm like, damn, these are some old screenshots. Okay, we got my coworker screenshots. When did I screen record it? I forgot the date. It's got to be 2023. See if I can find this. Yeah, this might. I'm gonna keep it a buck. This is gonna take a while. But anyways, because I felt so bad when I was talking about the screenshots a couple streams ago, and then I actually found the screen recording. But I'll let me see if I can show it. I might have to show it next stream. But anyways, let me move on to Anton Daniels. Let's move on to Anton Daniels. So Anton right now is crashing out in a major way. He's on record on his live stream threatening a fellow content creator that he has beef with to expose what he does for a living, his family names, where he lives, basically threatening to dox this guy. And he was saying all types of crazy stuff on this stream, saying that Freezy needs to be dead. He's not supposed to be on this earth. This is the stuff that he was saying. Now, here I've been told, by hoe ass niggas like Angry Man, oh no, this is just for content. This is all for. I'm like, does this also count as this is just for content as well? Threatening people's lives, threatening to expose how where somebody lives, saying that somebody needs to be dead. And the reason why I'm calling out Anton, because the verbiage, the words he was using, this is the same dude that will criticize the black community for whatever, yet he's using the same tactics, doing the same things that he's criticized these so-called liberal ninjas of doing, or people like Corey Holcomb. His panel doesn't challenge him. Yet when he was on stream with the people that he's paying, mind you, very few outside of one dude told him, yo, Anton, stop doing what you're doing. Nobody wanted to step in and say, yo, Anton, you're doing too much. So all the stuff that he was saying that Corey is, these were all projections. All projection, man. It's crazy how life works. But anyway, shout out to No Captivity with Freezy. Shout out to his channel. This is the expose video. Here we go. Anton's gonna be talking crazy right here. Watch this.
Want me to tell you what they do for a living in real life? Because I know. Tim.
No.
You want me to tell you what they do in real life for a living? Hey, hand me the list.
Cut the string.
No captivity. Freezy.
Corey Holcomb, O'Shea Du Jackson. Anton Daniels has not only gone at Corey Holcomb, O'Shea Du Jackson, and Kwame Brown, but he's also gone after me. And this time in the worst way. This whole thing is starting to get crazy. He went after Corey Holcomb for about a week after he appeared on the 5150 show, calling Corey Holcomb the GAY word, going after the whole West Coast, going after Corey Holcomb's co-host, and all the above. Then he started making it seem like he didn't care. He didn't care who was criticizing him. and that he didn't give a F-U-C-K what nobody was saying. Yes, he did.
Listen, bro. Listen. I'm gonna be very, very clear. Fuck all these niggas. Fuck them all. Fuck them all. All of them. Every last one of them. Bro, I don't give a fuck about none of these dudes, man.
Here's the thing, though, with Anton. I think there's three. There could be three. Like I said, there's only three reasons why he's crashing out like this. Number one, his family life is in turmoil, meaning the divorce is incoming. I already predicted this, mind you. I didn't think it was going to happen this soon, but I already predicted this. I believe when I talk about the turmoil stuff, I don't. He needs to be honest. Your daughter didn't crash out because of a Corey Holcomb joke. Your daughter crashed out because she found out about your situation with Mika. Yes. We got to keep it a buck here. Now, all this stuff about counseling and having to take, nah. But if any of that was true, this was because of Mika, not because of Corey Holcomb. Kids don't watch the 5150 show. High schoolers don't watch the 5150 show. By the way, there was when we talk about surface level thinkers will say Corey Holcomb dissed Anton's daughter. No, Anton's daughter was collateral damage. His point of bringing up Anton's daughter in terms of saying how ugly she was, that wasn't the point. The point was that, Anton, you create ugly kids. So all this talk about you not having no outside kids, the reality is women don't want kids with you. So that was just Corey Holcomb dropping a black pill on Anton. That was I'll say like a massive black pill. Even most black pillars aren't even brave enough to say something like that to another man. That's the reality with a lot of these creators. They want to talk about God and righteousness and all this stuff, but as soon as they start making a little bit of money on YouTube, all of a sudden they start walking around with light-skinned bitches and white bitches and all of a sudden they're having pregnancy scares from all these different type of women ever since they start getting a little bit of money. So the reality is all that stuff about criticizing Cam Newton and Nick Cannon and all these things. Look, if you're a man with means, you're gonna have access to more women. You don't test a man's, sexual loyalty or loyalty in general when he's broke. It's tested when you start getting not necessarily really just money, but really status or some kind of level of not necessarily fame, but status and some money. Start giving a man a little bit of status. All of a sudden he's not just, associate. Now, guy's a supervisor or dude's a manager, even if it's at a retail store. Dude's a manager at a retail store. All of a sudden, you're seeing women with big tits start getting hired more often. Or because he's the hiring manager. All of a sudden, you're getting all these broads that look good, but that can't work. Or they can't work and they don't look good, but for some reason they have a easy access to the manager at any time. It's very interesting. You give the average man a little bit of status, just a little bit of money or status. And Anton Daniels is the prime example of that. B. Watkins, he says the issue is Anton came in shooting, but didn't expect return fire. As Razorfoot's put it, best careful where you fire. Vish. But like I said, his daughter was just collateral damage because he was trying to say your daughter's ugly because of you, right? He didn't say anything sexual about his daughter. He didn't say anything inappropriate from my vantage point. She just became, unfortunately, a casualty. And I like how, he was, Anton Daniels was like, you attacked my underage daughter, like he said something sexual about her. I'm like, nah, brother. He just said that she was ugly. But first of all, 17 is not 17 is not a kid. 17 is a young adult. So the way he's just trying to make it seem like this is just some kid that she's a young adult. She's not, first of all, she's not losing any sleep for if somebody, some older dude is calling her ugly, and not even in a sexual way, just saying, nah, this is an ugly kid because Anton, you're the father. That's why she's suffering. So that was the point, But I'll say that was a major black pill that a lot of people missed. But a lot of these people, once they the conservative space, the whatever space, they want to talk about righteousness and loyalty. In Anton's case, he wants to brag about he'll be like, you'll see him on the Fresh and Fit podcast, and he's talking about how I'm a success because of my marriage, and he likes to bring up his marriage when it's convenient to him, but he's doing when he's doing all these tours, when he's trying to meet up with fancy people and money, he's bringing Mika as his eye candy, which is very interesting to say the least. And notice when it came to his daughter, he'd even say that Corey was wrong. which is actually crazy when you think about it. He didn't say Corey was wrong. That's the wild part. He said that she was a beautiful soul. But that's to me, that was more telling than anything. So that whole shtick of, oh man, dark-skinned sisters get it. Nah, don't do that now. Don't do that, Anton. B. Watson said, men of God don't need to talk about how holy they are. He said, that is something all these men won't even understand. Men like Anton, I'm reading from B. Watkins, by the way. He says, men like Anton are more worried about the next paycheck to rent out a yacht in a couple 304s. In the hypocrisy, calling women ugly is a crime worse than murder. Exactly. Mind you, I've heard Anton talk crazy about other people's kids, underage kids as well. There's plenty of clips of Anton talking crazy about like 13-year-olds, 12-year-olds. I'm talking about boys and girls in terms of just talking about how they're poor and how they're going to end up being criminals because they got raised under this woman. I thought kids were off limits. Bro, he did. Oh, man. No, it seems like your kid is off limits. Conveniently. But anyways. But like I said, shout out to B. Watts, because he says in the hypocrisy, calling women ugly is a crime worse than murder. It's not even about her being 17. It's if you call women ugly or say, hey, you probably should be a little bit more realistic, they will call you're not allowed to do that. I often bring up the example where my cousin had brought up a girl on his show, and I happened to talk, and she was talking about, fitness. And I was like, oh yeah, the best way to burn calories and all this stuff, and it's good for your figure, is if you do some kind of running, cardio. And I was talking about, soccer, women doing track, basketball. And then I was looking at the ground because I was just thinking of all the sports and the ideas, that can be used to help this woman that my cousin brought. And I was kind of looking at her, but then I somehow glanced in the background and I see Danny, my cousin, my cousin. I just see him in the back, like, Chris, stop, just like, stop. I'm like, what? And then I realized, oh yeah, you're not allowed to. Never mind. I was just like, oh, never mind. Because I don't know, maybe she brought up fitness. I'm thinking she's trying to get better. What she wanted to hear is, no, girl, you're fine just the way you are. You thicker than a Snicker. I didn't even call her fat. I just said these are the things that you could use because I thought she was looking for fitness advice. I'm thinking I'm putting a bishop on game. And this bitch want to kill me. And by the way, I always say this, and I say this in jest to my cousin, if you're listening to this. I'm sorry, not sorry for running away the fat bitches on your show. Sorry, not sorry. I'm just playing. I hope my cousin doesn't take that personally. I'm sorry for the fat bitches I ran away from your show, bro. Oh man, anyways. By the way, I'll say this. I'm gonna keep it a buck with you when it comes to my cousin. If he were just to eliminate the fat bitches in his life, he would literally be a superstar out here. But there's a lot of ninjas out here. They don't want to get rid of the fat bitches. They just want to, He doesn't realize this is literally this freaking heavyweight anchor you have. Your fetish for, so-called thick women. And like my cousin, what he has, his gift is his charisma, right? He has natural charisma. People, I'm talking about men and women, they just naturally like him. They gravitate towards him. He really should use that and put it into sales or something where, he's selling cars or something. Like he literally could make a decent living selling cars or be a real estate agent and really use that power. There's a lot of black men out there that have that charisma where they could really, if they use it in the right place, they can be literal millionaires, 100,000aires easily. But they want to use that gift to, rizz up MILFs and fat women, but I guess that's God evening things out. So it is what it is. B. Watkins says, simps like to talk about how virtuous they are and how good they are, but all the bad stuff they say about incels is just projection. Simps are what women think incels are. I agree with that. He says, I might sound corny, but simps are genuinely one of the most rageful, repressed, and violent people there can be, but lack the strength to even face real men. I see that all the time. I see... Should I bring this situation up? Nah, I'm gonna leave it alone. I'll just bring up, personal situations. You'll have people say weird stuff when I think my life would be a lot simpler if men understood that. Okay, I'm gonna say this about me personally. Me, when it comes to hanging out with other men, I can only hang out with dudes that already have bitches. Like they already have bitches, or they're either they're Chads or Tyrones, or they're people that are very goal oriented, or they're really naturally very good humans to be around with. It has to be either one of the three, because they don't understand the simps. They'll see a girl hang out with a dude or take a liking to a certain person, and then they'll take it as a personal attack. Like, why doesn't the girl like me? I have a job, I have a good job, and I have this. Why is she hanging out with a drug dealer or this guy? You can't spend your life as a man wondering why this hoe doesn't like me. You need to accept women for who they are. I know there's a phase in your 20s where, or when you're younger, where it's like you're trying to figure out why is this happening or why is that happening, but eventually you got to get over that, because because people like that, they tend to cause chaos. So for example, there was this one girl who I have tried to distance myself from, because she unintentionally, she's been causing chaos for me, because she took a liking to how I did things. People started saying weird stuff about me. Like weirdo stuff about me, which I never heard before. But because that one specific girl took a liking to how I did a certain thing, they took it as, oh, she must like me, which they weren't wrong. And I do things my own way. I don't hang out at the after parties. I don't do this. I don't do that. I don't smoke. I don't drink. I don't, I just show up and I do what I do. And I'm just a naturally excellent thing at what I do. I'm not going to say, you guys already know what I'm probably talking about. But because of this one girl, weird stuff has been happening in terms of certain rumors and all these things. And it's been kind of messing up some of my stuff, where I'm walking in a situation, they're like, wait, Chris, I thought you were doing this, or I thought you worked with such and such. And I'm just like, well, I worked with such and such as well. No, I'm not. It's not a personal thing. Right. But because of that, because of one decently looking chick that's not so much of a hoe, that took a liking to me, now weird stuff was happening to me behind the lines, where the talented people were looking for my services and people were saying I'm not available. Instead of just giving them their phone number. They was like it was certain people, they were like, oh, I thought you weren't available. I'm like, what do you mean? They were like, oh, I went to such and such. They said that you were already doing this and you too spread out. I'm like, no, you could still just message me and just see if I can fit something in the calendar. And weird stuff has been happening. Weird stuff has been happening where it's not a coincidence. And I even told you the situation where I was at a show and this dude came up to me and asked if this girl was better at me at what I did. And I was like, well, yeah, but okay. Is that the answer you wanted? I hope that was the answer you wanted to hear. Okay. That was like and I try to play it off, but it wasn't until like later on that night, I was like, that was a fucking weird answer that's kind of weird thing to ask another man. But, like I said, it is what it is. So I have to be very intentional, because I'm talking about, it was like people said, I thought you were this. I'm like, bro, I don't even hang out with anybody here. I've only hung out with like 2 people in this so-called collective. It is so-called whatever. Only 2 people. And that was still on the music tip. But unfortunately, since certain people started taking a liking to me, and it's not even just that girl, certain guys that would ask me to do certain things, and some people, they just feel a certain type of way, about it, because I don't have to kiss ass to get gigs. I don't have to do this to get, and I'm mind you, I'm not I can't even solo, but because I do what I'm supposed to do, I'm not a problem. The bar is very low for because apparently people just cannot act normally in public. That's why I've been getting a lot of gigs, but just I'm talking about in general. But then now I'm finding out certain things got shut down because they don't know where to find me. Man, get the fuck out of here. They said that I couldn't, bro. Stop it. He said the amount, and I just, because the problem is when you're dealing with guys like that, and they're trying to impress women, or they're mad because certain women find certain dudes impressive. I hope the dudes understand that, like, the reason why, if you see certain white women that are infatuated by me, is not because of my aura. It's because I have African features, and white women are weirdos when it comes to stuff like that. So they'll come around a dude because I look a certain way. They think I'm something else, and then they talk to me, and then they found, oh, I'm normal, right? They think I came. They literally think I'm straight off the boat. It's really them trying to run game on me. So it's not. I just hope dudes with experience with women, they understand why women talk to me. It's not because of my looks. Trust me, it's not because of looks. They look at me and they're like, why is this nigga getting hoes or getting the attention of other women? And I'm not cooning. I'm not doing all the hot dog and stuff. I'm just doing what I'm supposed to do. It's nothing. Trust me. It's nothing. Trust me. It's nothing there. I look like I'm straight off the boat, and hoes will get curious from time to time. That's all it is. So if you're a guy that's not used to getting women, they're always gonna be. You're gonna look at other dudes getting bras. You're like, why is he getting it, but not me, and stuff like that. So you can't hang out with a bunch of envious dudes in general. You got to be very careful with the dudes that you decide to hang around with, you know. So I've really had to be intentional nowadays. Copa Bro is laughing. It's like Chris is going off again. But anyways,
none of these dudes. And this is my game now. This is my game that they playing. If we was on the basketball court, cool, you win. But this is my arena now. This is my league.
But lately it seems like Anton Daniels has been crashing out. And I mean in the worst way. Turns out Anton has doxed me and my family. He says he knows what I do for a living, and he knows the names of my relatives. So basically he's sending a message that he can get to me and my family at any given time. But we know Anton Daniels is not a stranger to sending out these type of threats.
You probably not, because you ain't from the streets, right?
You better off dead, nigga. And I'm gonna say that with my chest.
Say what?
That's wild. I hope you guys are listening to how Anton is talking. Mind you, here you have Angry Man. I'm gonna ask Angry Man, is this also part of content as well? Oh man, anyways.
Type of threats.
You probably not, because you ain't from the streets, right?
You better off dead, nigga. And I'm gonna say that with my chest.
Say whatever you want to. Close my mouth, nigga. Ain't all this extra shit you talking about. Don't nobody give a fuck about that shit.
Dead, nigga. We don't need you on this earth. You need to die, nigga.
Nigga. Kill me then, nigga.
So this is the same dude, mind you, and Anton Daniels, that will talk about the ignorance in ninjadom, the ignorance in the black community. Look how he's talking. Look how he's talking about another black man. Look how he's talking. Look, that's crazy. This is wild. This is interesting. This is some interesting stuff. Let me rewind that again for y'all. This is wild work. This is crazy work.
Say whatever you want to. Close my mouth, nigga. Ain't all this extra shit you talking about. Don't nobody give a fuck about that shit.
Dead, nigga. We don't need you on this earth. You need to die, nigga.
Nigga. Kill me then, nigga.
You need to be dead.
Man, you ain't gonna do it. We didn't do this. You ain't gonna do it.
So Angry Man, you cool with you cool with Anton talking like this? But Corey Holcomb a weirdo. Really? This is some very interesting stuff.
Nigga, if I wanted you gone, that's what you need to do. Catch a flight, bro. We were doing exactly what you gone. Catch a flight, nigga.
I just want to say
you ain't gonna do it. You ain't gonna do it though. You gonna use your money, ain't you? You gonna use your money, ain't you?
Right there, we hear Anton saying, "If I wanted you gone, you'd be gone." So we know
that's crazy. This is crazy. Yeah, not a Christian sounding dude, right? Yeah, I'm a Christian first ninja, right? God, I don't know, man. Gary Grant said, "Sorry, I'm late. I was getting the popcorn." Well, you made it right on time. You made it right on time. You ain't honestly. You didn't miss anything. You didn't miss anything crazy. Yeah, Angry Man plays favorites. Yeah, so I was asking around, and Angry Man, that's Anton Daniels, that's his guy. But I have to now ask: are you guys breaking bread behind closed doors? You know, do you guys? Because you got guys in YouTube now, they have agents. Not only are the content creators are agents, I'm talking about these guys have talent agents where the talent agents are setting up the YouTube for the so-called talent, right? You got, you know, they realize there's a niche here, there's a marketplace for the conservatives to say this. I'm like, okay, just set up your YouTube account like this and then start talking about this. You know, the Brett Coopers of the world, you know, that's a blatant example. But they know there's a space for people like that. So I don't know, you know, maybe their handlers know each other. Angry Man knows Anton's handlers, etc. But that's his man, apparently. Anton Daniels is angry, is a friend. They're friends.
Anton is not a stranger to sending out those type of threats, right? Is he really serious? Who knows? Seems like he's going through a lot of emotional changes, especially since the breakup between him and Mika, his daughter being plastered all over the internet by Corey Holcomb, zillions of content creators covering this debacle, including myself, and several of his panelists leaving his show for reasons unbeknownst to us. But I want y'all to brace yourselves.
And not only that, like, there are panel members that have been leaving Anton's show because he has been crashing out. And then on top of that, the House of Hypocrites have exposed this. Lakeisha, shout out to Lakeisha, she's also exposed where Anton is going through his live streams and editing out certain things. So all the videos that you've seen of other videos like exposing what Anton's been doing, he's been editing, you know, because if you have a YouTube, you can still edit certain segments out of your live streams, your videos, and all that. So he's been doing a lot of editing. So, you know, it's interesting how he's trying to save face.
As y'all listen to this next clip from his Room 9 panel show, where he reached a breaking point, bringing me up in the conversation and going on to say that he knows what I do for a living and he has the names of my relatives, which was kind of disturbing.
Freezy been dick riding since I was on the Peef. I'm being honest with you. I'm being so honest. These niggas been trying to get on for the last 5-6 years. Want me to tell you what they do for a living in real life? Because I know. Tim.
No.
You want me to tell you what they do in real life for a living?
No.
You want me to tell you the names of all of their relatives and shit? Because I know. Hey, hand me the list.
Cut the string.
So shout out to this guy for trying to actually save Anton, for saying, nah, don't do this, because you could definitely get in trouble for doing something like this. But this is some reckless talk. Now you had most of the people, they didn't want to cut Anton off. It's very interesting. Anton was trying to call out Corey Holcomb for the panel members for not sticking up to him, but most of the panel members here, a lot of them are paid. A lot of them are getting paid by you. They're doing the same thing that you accusing Corey Holcomb's people of doing, or not doing, rather.
So as y'all can see, he's insinuating that he's gathered information about myself and my family, that he knows what I do for a living. He knows the names of my relatives. That means he has addresses and personal information. And not only that, some of his panelists like 2K, Quentin, are amping him up, even though he's making threats towards me and my family. But you know.
Shout out to Pyro. He said, yeah, that's a lawsuit incoming. Yeah. But yeah, Anton, he'll get emotional and he'll do stuff like this. Oh, man.
In their eyes, Anton Daniels can't do any wrong. And they're going to back him in whatever he does, even if it's threatening and gathering information about someone's family.
Want me to tell you what they do for a living in real life? Because I know. Tell me.
No.
You want me to tell you what they do in real life?
No.
You want me to tell you the names?
Obviously, the guy up top, Slimmy, had a little sense by telling Anton, no, you're making a big mistake. You don't threaten someone's family and disclose that you've gathered information about them in a
Family is off limits, I thought, according to Anton, when it's convenient to him. You're just not allowed to bring up Anton's family. Now, he can bring up your family. What did Pastor David Manning said about Barack Obama? What did he say? He gets to talk about yo mama. Shout out to Pastor David Manning. But anyways.
threatening way. No, Anton. I don't know if Anton was under the influence, if he was on some type of narcotics, or he was just drunk out of his mind. But he didn't give a damn. Everything he's been doing behind closed doors, he revealed it all right here in this moment.
Names of all of their relatives and shit? Because I know. Hey, hand me the list.
Cut the screen.
Hand me the list.
And what does that mean, hand me the list? The guy on the bottom, 2K in the middle. What does that mean, hand me the list? So at this point, he's taking part in the threat too. It's very sad and disappointing.
Hey, hand me the list.
Cut the screen.
Hand me the list. Honest to God, do you want me to tell you for real?
No.
Let it loose.
By the way, XVYJZ, I'm like, it's more than just me. It's more than Angry Man playing favorites. It's more than that at this point, because I saw the beginning of a stream where the new thing is to talk about Corey Holcomb. What the new thing is now is they'll say what they're saying. Oh, his views are down, which is not true at all. That's a huge reach. You can just check. All you got to do is check his channel, right? And as soon as Angry Man started off the video, well, you see what's happening right now? The views are down. And this was Corey's mistake. I'm just sitting there like, bro, so you're just going to lie. I'm like, you're just going to lie to the public. Just lie. Just outright lie. And do it with a straight face, knowing that you could just go. I'm like, people could just click the Corey Holcomb 5150 show. All somebody has to do is this. Let me do this. See this. Oh, wrong. Hold on. Hold on for a second. Let me take this out. Here we go. Let me search something real quick. Let me take this out of, here we go. Now I can search. Ooh, I had a really specific search that I had to take out of the history real quick. Ooh. Let me see this. What was I going to search? Hold on for a second. I think I lost my train of thought. I almost doxed myself. Here we go. I lost my train of thought. I literally almost doxed myself. Here we go.
Cut the screen.
Hand me the list. Honest to God, do you want me to tell you for real?
No.
Let it loose. Let that shit fly.
I lost my train of thought. I was going to search something. Oh, yeah. That's what I was going to say. All you got to do is go right here. Corey Holcomb, 5150 show. That's all you have to do. All you have to do, go 5150 show. Boom. Hit the videos. Boom. Hit live. And you look at the live numbers. He had more views in the lives talking about Anton Daniels than anything else. And the live numbers are the same. It's always going to be 100K plus, 200K plus. And the most live numbers that he got was the Anton Daniels situation of recent, right? Now, obviously, some of the older shows got a lot of numbers off of the Zoe Williams show where they fell out. Obviously, that show got a lot of numbers. But like I said, most of them, the numbers is the same. It's always going to be over 100K plus. It's consistent. 150K, 140K, 170K. Right? I'm literally like, what are you talking about? 200K now because some of these shows have now been around for about a year, right? So all the older episodes now, 200K, 300K, these episodes have now been out for over a year. 100K. This one had 400K because Jaguar Wright was on this live stream episode. But the average viewer of the average, I'll say like the average number, it's always going to be over 100K or basically over 150K. So by the end of this month, the latest episode, which has 120K viewers, is going to have over 150K viewers by the end of the month. So that's every single episode. Most of these numbers, 149K, 148K, 150K, 159K. It's the same thing. You go to the oldest episode. Let me see if, because it for some reason it stopped at, because I think, let me see. Hold on. It stopped at 2018. And I hope people aren't using the video tab, because the video tab, those are clips from the live stream. But if you go to the live stream, the oldest, it goes to 2018, and then they have all the older live streams on the video tab. So I hope they're not using the video tab to make their assessment. But anyways, the older episodes from 2018, 200K, 100K, it's the same numbers. And he made he had a lot of hot numbers of the Anton Daniels situation, unfortunately, which is ironic. So I'm like, all they got to do is just go on the Corey Holcomb 5150 show and just be like, well, what are you talking about numbers? But anyways, shout out to Pyro with the $5 super chat. Here we go. Do we have it?
Donations. Gifts. More gifts.
Here we go. Got Pyro with the $5 super chat. He says, all I can say is I used to watch Anton. I wanted to be up there and talk about discussions, but now when I'm looking at him, what he's doing, you're saying hell nah. But I can never, even like back then, I've never understood the point of having these panels. Just me personally, in terms of when it comes to Black community discussions. Because I used to see those same type of panels on Zoe Williams' show, like when he would have these live shows and he'd bring the women on and then he'll bring Corey Holcomb on. I felt I used to hear the broads talking. I'm like, what are they talking about? Just mostly nonsense, right? But that's just my opinion at the time, So when I saw Fresh and Fit and all these people, they started doing that, and these panels, and I just think it's a waste of time. I just don't see the point in people doing it. The only time, so shout out to Chronic, because I remember I asked him, I'm like, so why do you even do? Because I just don't have the patience to do that. And he said this is anytime. He says anytime I'm debating abroad or one of these conservative feminists, right? Which I rather see something like that than just like debating a liberal broad that doesn't know anything about life. He says when I'm like debating the conservative feminists and the wannabe, trad thoughts, it's just for entertainment purposes. There's nothing to be gained from this, right? But that's just how I look at it. Pyro says, I'm talking about when I saw his channel the first time, like 2 years ago. Yeah, the first time I saw Anton Daniels' channel, I thought he just came across to me as a weirdo. Not necessarily a loser, but just a weirdo. CGA had a discussion about like marriage and how it's kind of pointless. It's something around that subject matter, and he said, I challenge anybody to come up there and see and tell me I'm wrong. And do you have proof on what I'm wrong? And then I just see this random ninja just calls up on the street. I know XVYJZ, he said he saw that, right? And he just came across as he literally had no arguments. He was just, well, I think you're wrong. And then he was like, and then CJ was like, okay, where's your proof? And he's like, well, my wife is asset. And CJ was like, okay, do you have anything else? Well, I don't think you're necessarily shout out to you, CJ. That was basically his call up. I was like, what the fuck? Okay. It's just I don't know. He came across as just like somebody that was way out of his depth. But anyways.
Stop. No, for real. Yo, chill. Stop.
Listen, man, these niggas been lame since AD. Since lame has been lame, bro. I'm just keeping it 100,
bro.
So I kind of stopped to give my commentary, but what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna play it from when he started talking about me to where it pretty much ended.
Freezy been dick riding since I was on the Peef. I'm being honest with you. I'm being so honest. These niggas been trying to get on for the last 5-6 years. Want me to tell you what they do for a living in real life? Because I know.
Tim. Oh, no.
You want me to tell you what they do in real life for a living?
No.
You want me to tell you the names of all of their relatives and shit? Because I know.
Hey, hand me the list. Cut the string. Hand me the list.
Honest to God, do you want?
He said, asset as it allows me to live the married free agent lifestyle. How about this? Asset as in so I can just bring up me being married, so I can bring her up as an example of me being this shining example of a Christian or a conservative, whatever he wants to call them. When, conveniently, if somebody tries to bring up his personal family life, I can use her to make myself look legitimate. Oh man. Panda Man says LOL, marriage is super pointless. But some people, they always feel like they have to explain themselves because they know we're right. They know. It's just, you gotta save face. But anyways, wait, here we go. Lost my tab.
Want me to tell you for real?
No. AD.
Let it loose. Let that shit fly. Let that shit fly.
Stop. No, for real. Yo, chill. Stop.
Listen, man, these niggas been lame since
AD.
Since lame has been lame, bro. I'm just keeping it 100,
bro. Yep.
This live stream was only a couple of days ago, March 5th, 2026 to be exact. Anton pretty much let it all out. He had a breakdown moment. He lost control of his emotions. And he exposed some things he probably wasn't intending to tell his audience when he started the show. But like his wife said, he has different personalities and he's very emotional.
Oh, wow. Times it can be hard and sad and difficult because Anton has a lot of different personalities. And so you have to be a certain type of woman to deal with. Anton is very emotional. He doesn't communicate effectively. I don't think that
they're gonna be using this video to the end of times, man.
He has killed anybody before. I think he's capable. I've seen him angry before. He's just like a totally different person when he's angry.
Now here's the thing. I've never made remarks towards Anton that would even resemble this. He didn't even have this much energy when Corey Holcomb plastered his daughter all over the internet while mocking her appearance at the same time, which goes to show he doesn't care about his daughter more than he cares about his own image on social media. Now, some people are going to say Freezy's lying. Freezy's lying. He could have been talking about anybody named Freezy. That's a nickname. But I want y'all to pay attention to one small detail. He said Freezy been deriding since he was on Lapeef. And we all know I was on the Lapeef network.
JR, 2 hours, 25 minutes, 20 seconds. Remember that, JR.
Right.
Freezy, go back and watch it. Go back and watch it.
Oh yeah. By the way, I already told you what the game is, particularly when it comes to females being on the panels. A lot of times the broads that these dudes will bring on the panels are women that they're already smashing or women that they're trying to smash. These are just facts. And I'm sorry, I got to use my cousin as an example. Literally all the broads that he brought on his show, especially all the fat bitches, he was fucking all of them. People like low key. I just look. I don't want people to get mad. I'm just telling you that's just the game. It is what it is. Most of the times, the broads that you see them put on the show, they already smashed. Or they're gonna literally smash after the show, right? But yeah, these are things. Who the fuck? Hold on for a second. This name looks familiar. Amira Exiled. Who was Amira Exiled? The fuck? I think didn't I have an argument with this bro? Amira Exiled. Because she was one of the main, grifters. I completely forgot about her. Like, she was a real, like, she was, like, well, hers it was kind of obvious with her. Let me see. Because they be having these bitches join the show, and they really think. She says, I am a Middle Eastern Muslim conservative living in America. This channel is dedicated to conversations about the current state of American society, politics, blah, 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 blah. I completely forgot about Amira Exiled, man. Like, she looked like she's one of the main grifters I used to see in the beginning. I completely forgot about her when it comes to the discourse. I'll say this though, one of the worst ones though is Melanie King. I hope I'm saying her name right, Melanie King. Because Melanie King, she just comes across as super. How do I say it? Like, she comes across as super fake. You know what I mean? Like, well, Mika, like with Mika, it was obvious because Mika, she was she wasn't even committed to that whole trad thing, like, especially when she has literally all these older videos of her performing music and twerking on stage and all this shit. Like, yeah, Amira, you had Amira, there was what's her name? Trad Femme Sapien. There was another broad, Trad Femme Sapien. I hope I'm saying her name right. Trad Femme Sapien. I gotta remember this because it was a whole bunch of other hoes. Before, I'm talking about even before 2022. Yeah, Real Femme Sapien. Real Femme Sapien. Good Lord. Yeah, conservative pretty chick. See, let me see. Stop being sexist, Chris. Dare talk. Oh man, yeah, Real Femme Sapien. It's like if Kim Kardashian claimed to be trad since forever. Yeah, Mira. Yeah, I'd be forgetting about like the real obvious ones. Because of the stuff. I remember particularly I remember people in the chat they was OD simping for Amira at one point, but she was like, I don't know. B. Watson says, wasn't Femme Sapien on Undead Chronic yet? Was she? This is news to me. Because there was a lot of things going on Chronic's channel where everything was premiere, not necessarily live. So I don't know what was happening yesterday. It was a lot of premieres going on his channel for some reason. I don't know if he's trying something new or whatever, but I don't know what's going on with that. Copa Pro said, I had a debate with Melanie King, but she took down the live and I don't have the recording anymore. I wish I saved that debate that I had with I remember the liberal female, the black female feminists that I tried to talk to with the two black male simps in the panel. I could not believe the stuff I was hearing. I wish I saved that recording. Let me see. B. Watson says, I'm old. I still remember when the big 3 trad 304s back in the day was Tommy Lauren, Southern. I'll be forgetting. Yeah, Lauren Southern. I always forget to mention her. I'll be forgetting to mention Sydney. Yes, Sydney Watson. I hope I'm saying her name right. But those, I feel like those hoes, they were so obvious. So I never really felt like I should really do anything. I've never done a piece on Melanie King because she was just so fake. The Just Pearly one, that was, to me, was interesting because at one point she had a huge black male fan base, and I never understood it. I'm like, you guys heard that Me Too story? Even CGA gave her a pass for that story. I was like, what? No. I was like, nah, F all that. I don't care what she's saying. I can't trust her after that story. After hearing that, I'm like, nope, I can't trust you. He says Chronic is re-uploading, streaming old streams. Got you. Oh, yeah, because now I remember. Okay. I would have sworn he did do a old. I remember he did do not a collaboration, but he did something with Real Femme Sapien not too long ago. And then by the way, didn't Real Femme Sapien, didn't she say that she was leaving the quote unquote red pill space? Real Femme Sapien Undead Chronic. See something here. So was it an old debate from Real Femmes? I would have sworn he already did that already, but I don't know. Because I remember he did one with the funny one to me was the one he did with Torsha when Chronic did the collaboration with Torsha. That was the funny one to me. He made Torsha come out the bag. Easy. Torsha thought she was just gonna come here and just say yes and and agree with everything Chronic says and then just be all right. Nope. As soon as Chronic started talking about Andrew Wilson, she came out the bag because she knows that family personally, so she felt offended. Torsha turned into a feminist real quick. When he started talking about single moms and all this stuff, and all of a sudden Torsha was like, well, when are we going to start talking about the absentee fathers? When do we? I was like, oh, here it is. There it is. I was like, there it is right there. B. Watson says, to be fair, covering Lauren and Tommy is like beating a sack of horse bones. Yeah, it's easy pickings. I don't like doing stuff on low hanging fruit like that. Like only if I have to make an example, like a real example out of somebody for educational purposes, then yeah, but just what were the black female feminists and Sim saying, "Oh yeah, they were. This is I've mentioned this a lot of times. It was the situation with Jovi Pena. Kai Cenat almost got in trouble with this one broad because this IG model called Jovi Pena smashed one of Kai's friends, and then she woke up the next day saying that she got graped at Kai Cenat's New Year's Eve party. Everybody took her word for it. Most of the Sims took her word for it. Most of the females took her word for it, up until Kai's friend came forward with the sex tape of the decade. That's what I called it. He came out, he said, nah, this is the sex tape that I had. This was no graping and unconscious behavior going on. And his proof was the sex tape. And the sex tape basically cleared everything. After that, she stopped trying to go after Kai Cenat and his estate and all of this nonsense. And the reason why I joined the panel was because even with the sex tape, they said that that guy was still guilty. They said that, oh, just because of the sex tape, that doesn't mean he's not. I'm like, bro, like, I'm like the evidence is right in front of you. And the woman that started the panel, she was actually, like, I saw her in the comments section. She was actually getting roasted by other women for still sticking up for Jovi Pena, because all the other women were like, bruh, like, there's no case here. The sex tape shows that she was clearly lying. But she decided to start her own little panel and have her own group of little black feminists, who all of them, by the way, were single moms. By the way, all of them were single moms, and they were trying to discuss how they need to find a way to get him hemmed up. We got to find a way to get him in trouble. How he needs to still be arrested. I'm like, y'all didn't see, and I told them, like, y'all didn't see the videotape. And then they started, what do you define as grape? And I'm just like, you know what? Never mind. This is a complete lost cause. I remember leaving that panel, and I was just like, this is. I turned into I was literally looking at this, and I was just like, this might be the worst batch of broads God has ever created. I'm not even joking. I was just in there like, and I'm like, these are the broads that the FBA ninjas be trying to stick up for and all this. I'm like, bro, it'll be like a black broad talking crazy, then the first thing they ask is like, is she's FBA or non-FBA? I'm like, this is irrelevant. It's FBA broads and non-FBA broads. If they live in America, they on that BS. And if they're not on that BS, their friends is on that feminist BS, where you can literally look at clear evidence and they could just look at it and just be like, nope, it don't matter. He's a rapist, no matter what because she says so. You're a rapist because she says so. I can't live with people like that. I can't be around people that think like that. Wild work. This is, are you talking about the Native Lamb podcast? No, it was a setup similar to Clubhouse. You know, not a whole lot of people remember Clubhouse, you know, during the pandemic era. B. Watson says, I still remember every time Torsha would come into the chat and I would roast her and tell her to get the F out. Torsha, she's if people don't see the griftiness, whatever. Like Torsha, she was obvious, but I just happened to watch that specific interaction with her and Chronic. It was funny. Like it was so funny how easily he was able to exorcise the feminist demon out of her to get it to come out. He said, dude can't catch a break. Oh man, yeah. Kai Cenat. Women define grape as whatever they are feeling that day. Exactly. That's why you can't easily. I'm just like, yo, this is I can't, you know, You can't be around people like that. You can't even talk to people like that. And then especially all of them are single moms. The irony is this was going to happen. The irony is their sons is going to get hemmed up, and then they're going to start talking like me once their son gets hemmed up. That's what's going to happen. And then they're going to be the evil, when they talk about how it's always the dad side of the family that's the evil one, right? That's what they're going to be. Cuz I think all of them said they had sons. Well, most of them, I remember most of them saying that they had sons, or they had a son. But I remember they even had one broad on here. She was trying to talk about law and all this shit. I'm like, bro, the videotape is right there. She said she was Joey Payne said she was unconscious. She had no recollection of what happened. I couldn't do anything to myself because I was unconscious. Well, the videotape is showing a very unconscious bish throwing him back vigorously. No homo. I'm just like this ninja was narrating his own sex tape. It was one of the funniest things I've seen. This guy, Jiggy, that was Kai Cenat's friend named Jiggy. He was narrating. He had to narrate his own sex tape to clear his name. That was funny. Oh man! Shout out to King Pix. He says Anton can do what he wants. He's the second coming of Jesus Christ. Yeah. By the way, that's what Anton said this on Fresh and Fit. He said, "I'm the closest thing to God you hoes will ever see." Right. This guy here, bro. Like, good Lord, have mercy. Anton is this dude. But shout out to King Pix of King's Pick 6. I hope I'm saying his name correctly. Apparently he knows Cope Approach from somewhere. B. Watkins says, Pam, the man said this is the absolutely worst batch of broads that God has created. I ain't even gonna hold you. Yeah. I'm not even gonna lie. We can say it's the environment, but I don't know. This is like, oh my God. Like, I think I sent something to somebody. I don't know if I sent it to Pyro or something. I sent it to somebody where it was like a 23-year-old broad. She didn't know that you can only get pregnant if you're ovulating during the ovulation window. I suspected this. I'm like, I don't know. There's a lot of lesbians I'll be bumping into, and they'll say, "Oh man, this is one time. Sometimes during the month, I'll be going to the gym and I'll be feeling a certain type of way." And I'm like, "What, ovulating? What are you talking about? What the fuck? What the fuck? I mean." It's a lot of grown ass women. They don't even understand simple biology. And I'm wondering, because I had class with these bitches and they would have A's and I would have D's. And I'm sitting there like, how? I'm sitting there, I'm like, how did that happen? But anyways, that's a whole, whatever. I'm gonna leave that alone. He says, B. Watkins says, Torsha genuinely thought men of the warband were going to simp her. Yeah, I don't know what she was thinking, because she thought she could just, just come in and then she was going to gain some fans. I was like, yeah. He said Torsha's grift was so lazy and dudes still love it. Well, because it's basically the Rollo Tomasi fans that were giving her the benefit of the doubt because of her connection to Rollo Tomasi, right? So they gave her the benefit of the doubt because they were fans of Rollo. King Pig 6 says, if Anton is the closest thing to God a woman sees, her father has failed her. Facts. He said, B. Watkins says, it's what I noticed with a lot of these dudes. He said they all think they are God's prophets. Yeah, the conservatives, I said this last year, they're the modern day Pharisees. So, the book, they like to stand on the Bible, right? In the Bible, um, allegedly, if Jesus Christ did exist, his biggest beef wasn't with the Gentiles or the people of the world. It was the Pharisees and the clergymen, the lawmakers, the politicians, and but specifically the Pharisees and the religious keepers of the law. Right? The modern day, these guys, these tradcons, they're modern day Pharisees. Is how did they not know their own biology? I don't know. I don't know. Something happened. Like I said, something happened after 2016. When I was a senior in high school in 2016, that's when I started seeing open furries. You know what I mean when I say open furries? Meaning we had these group of these Native American / Mexican chicks. They dressed themselves as wolves. So they put fake wolf ears. They were walking around with tails, fake tails, and they were going around growling, barking. And then one of the wolf chicks, she got in trouble because she bit somebody in the lunch line. So I don't know, something happened in 2016 where basically all the nonsense started getting allowed. Like the people that used to get bullied, or the people that used to be the weirdos that you just kind of just put them away in one corner, they couldn't express themselves. The weirdos are now running the high school asylum now. So the high school is not a normal place anymore. It's never really been a normal place, but it's like something, like I said, 2016 on, high school is wild. B. Watson says, like, seriously, what was Torsha's game plan? Did she think us hating Zimps and 304s was all for show? Well, because a lot of dudes are easy to trick in general, right? And conservative dudes, and the conservative dudes that she's ran into, those were probably the easiest dudes she's ever had to trick on. But like I said, women like Torsha, they don't know about like real MGTOW. You know what I mean? She doesn't know about people that are like fans of guys like Sandman and company, or obscure guys that people don't even know about. Like for me, not not a lot of people know about Iman 6'7" or Black Pill Gnostic. Actually, I can't say it. People know about Black Pill Gnostic, but like Iman 6'7", like very obscure people. MGTOW, Cowboy, right? All these obscure people that people don't really know too much about. Even somebody who's very popular, like a TFM, she probably doesn't even know about TFM, right? Like people that are subscribers of those kind of content, like she doesn't know about those guys. She thinks the king of the, like in Torsha's mind, the king of the red pill is Rolo. Like she doesn't know about Hammer Hand, right? She doesn't know about these people, like real MGTOW creator type ninjas. She thinks Andrew Tate is part of the red pill, like a person like a Torsha. So she thinks she's edgy for like talking about, for saying Andrew Tate's a good guy or something like that. She thinks she's being edgy for saying that, in her mind. She doesn't really believe any of this stuff. Access Vegas podcast. All them plastic surgery bitches. But yeah. Both sides are to blame. Anyways.
To inbox me and tell me where I said anything.
Oh yeah, this is kind of irrelevant. That's just Freezy trying to prove that he was on the Lapeef network.
To me, Freezy.
So make no mistake about it. Anton Daniels was talking about me, Freezy. No captivity with Freezy.
No captivity.
And this is the Lapeef Network Let's Talk show that you're seeing me on right now. Anton has become very unhinged and he's talking very reckless, which is obviously an indication that he's losing his grip. Something might be going on in the background. He's obviously losing panel members and cast members. I thought it was,
like I said, divorce incoming, bro. Divorce, like there was only not that Mika situation. It was a lot worse than people want to give it credit for. That's just my opinion. I bet you, like I said, once his daughter turns 18, I bet you that's when it's gonna be right when his daughter turned 18, or once the daughter literally moves away to a college, then he's gonna be like, oh, we're separated. Oh man, he says this girl KA is the most annoying. I'll say this though, like, no disrespect to the people that I know, because there's certain people that that want to see me succeed in this space, and they will say, hey Chris, I know about this female content creator, she does this, and I'm just not interested. Like I said, no disrespect. Now mind you, there have been certain female content creators that you've seen in this chat that are fans of Corey Holcomb's, and they're not no trad female, channel. They're just women with their own channels, with their own opinions, but they happen to be a fan of Corey Holcomb's, right? So, it's just, I'm not impressed. Well, especially the people, like, it'd be people that I know that I respect their opinion, and I'm like, and they will recommend a female to watch that make male content related, male related content, and I'm just like, it's not that I don't want to listen to them. It's just, if they mention a female content, I'm like, what is she going to really put me on to? Right? What work is she doing to help fix the quote unquote problem? Look, like I said, Daphne, I don't really know who she is, but she's married. And she be getting bitches arrested for lying on men. Now, she doesn't have to do that. And I know her shtick is, her tagline is the queen of accountability. Cringe, right? That's very cringe to me, right? But she's putting in the most work. Everybody else, they're just talking. And then I do like what's it, Crimson Cure? Yeah, Kendra. I like Kendra because she put when she talks about the hyena analogy, is very that's very innovative. Very innovative. Mind you, there ain't a whole lot of hoes out here that can, or women in general, that can put a good analogy like that together. Panther Man said Tate was an obvious plant. It's ridiculous. Facts. He says, B. Watkins says, I never trust any female RP YouTuber. It's the reason why I stopped watching Better Bachelor when he started shuffling or shilling for Garden of Eden or whatever that for. Oh, isn't that the weirdo girl that has all those tattoos? The girl with the black hair. Garden of Eden. I think I've shown her channel on my. What's her name? Is that the girl with all the tattoos? And I was roasting. I was roasting. Is that her? Whatever. What is her name? Garden of Eden. I'm trying to think. Was it Garden of Eden? Let me see. Let me see if I could search it up. Garden of Eden. Red Pill. Is that her name? Is that because I don't remember what she actually looks like. But wasn't it like a white girl with black hair and a bunch of tattoos all up in the yin yang? Was that her? Or no, that's Roma Army. Yeah, okay, that was her name, Roma Army. Roma Army. I don't know who Garden of Eden. I don't remember who that is. I don't remember who Garden of Eden. I remember Roma Army. I remember Roma Army. That's who I remember. Garden of Eden. I don't remember who that is for some reason. It's blanking on me. And please bear with me because I blank out a lot on this channel if you haven't noticed. I think it's trying to learn all this music and just keeping it in my head is it's taking a mental load, mental toll on me. So please forgive me on that. It's a lot of concepts and stuff I have to memorize and all these things because I can't read. So Dana chick, she's a heightist, can't support or take her seriously. He says, you talking about Daphne? I thought her name was Daphne or Dana. Is her name Daphne or Dana? Because or Dana, isn't Dana a different chick? Dana's Dana's. I would have sworn Dana's a different chick. Dana, I've heard Dana talk on the Star Report. Dana with the data, right? But I think Daphne. Yeah, Dana's a separate chick. Dana's a separate chick. I've heard Dana talk on the Star Report, but is it the black chick? Let me see if I can bring her up. The Daphne, bro, the queen of accountability. And I'll say this: if the queen of accountability, if she is a heightist, I would not care, only because she's, like I said, she's married. she's married, so that don't even matter. I think, first of all, I think all women are heightists. Shoot, a lot of men are heightists. So I can't even say I'm gonna keep it a bug with you. I can't even put that on the women with that. Now that might be me giving her an excuse. Let me see if I can bring her up. Daphne. Yeah, celebrity, whatever her name is. Now, she's not in the manosphere space. Like, she's not in the male content creation, space in general. But I like how she has like a speed dial to the police. Yeah, Dana's what? Yeah, no. Dana's black. Let's see. Dana and Daphne, those are two separate women. King Pick 6 says, you ever heard of the YouTuber Marlene Uncensored? She said, Marlene Uncensored. Let me see, Marlene Uncensored. But you'd be surprised, like the women that I'm subscribed to, they're not male content creator type ninjas. Like I can't trust a woman in the RP space. Like there's something to it. Because you could just make your own channel and just have your own opinion on life. I don't expect women to agree with 100% with what I'm saying. And I'm definitely not looking for that. Let me see. Marlene Uncensored. Who is Marlene Uncensored? I don't know who that is. Let me see. Oh, is this her? White America's chaos in Iran. Why do white women lie so much? The pathology of white women. Oh, Lord. Oh, man. So this is her channel. It looks like she's I don't know. It looks like she's a pro-black type of chick. So well, just the fact that in her bio it says she's showing her pronouns, kind of tells me everything I need to know. So I'm like, whatever. I don't know who Marlene Uncensored is. Oh, B. Watson says, no, guys, it was a woman in her mid-40s or something who Joker began to chill for. Oh, the Garden of... So that's... Oh, you're talking about the Garden of Eden. I need to see the face, and then I will recognize who that is. But I'll say this. Dana is different from Daphne. I heard Dana talk on the Star Report. Daphne's different from Dana. Let me see. But yeah, B. Watkins, you're gonna have to put like the actual name of the broad that Joker had on, and then I will remember everything. King's Pick 6 says, he says, these pro-black women never wear their real hair. You know. King Pixie says, yeah, she's live right now. She's going crazy on me. Oh Lord. Don't tell me you're trolling. You trolling her right now.
Brainwashes you to believe in things that are not fucking normal. It is not normal. It is not normal. It's not normal. And that's why I did this video today.
Oh yeah, she is going crazy on you. But I'm gonna give her the benefit of the doubt. I don't know what happened to lead to this interaction. I'll do my research on that. I don't because I don't really know who this woman is. So, but she seems like she seems left leaning because I'm looking at her bio and it says it has her pronouns on it. How many subscribers she has? She has 77,000 subscribers, 404 videos. Marlene Uncensored. Okay. But like I said, I don't know what her channel is. So I really can't make a judgment on her. But hey, Far From Eden. I know now. Okay, now that rings a bell. Far From Eden. I'm like Garden of Eden. Far From Eden. Yes. I remember her. I covered her on because somebody brought her up on my channel a couple of months ago. Far From Eden. I remember Far From Eden. Oh man. Oh Lord. So apparently, according to Stefan, Marlene Uncensored is going mad on King Pig 6 because King Pig 6 says he's not dating Akeisha right now. Copa Pro says she said it's hella beautiful black women around now. Oh my God, people! They're never gonna get it. It's not even like I said, it's not even about beauty or whatever. A lot of it is just your character, your actions, how you do things. This is why you're even seeing these white dudes. Remember that video I showed you with that white dude? He proposed to this Chinese girl. He went down on one knee and he did the proposal in Chinese. And then Malcolm, the conservative, it was a black conservative dude, and he said, how bad are American white women, where you have an American white dude going out of his way to find a broad in China and then do a whole proposal in Chinese. And Malcolm got so much shtick for saying that. It was one of the few times I was coming to a conservative's defense. I was like, he's got a point. I'm like, this is a regular, like, this is, I'm not, sorry, not a regular. This is like a white dude. Clearly, this is a white dude that has a decent job. He's a marriageable white dude. He's ready to do what he's supposed to do, ready to, spread the wealth, do whatever, have kids, blase, blah, he's ready. He's done the work. And his best bet is to go to China and find the experience that he's looking for. I'm like, damn, American white women are that bad? Damn. That's the same thought I had. I was like, sheesh, white women mustn't really, American white women really are not doing their jobs. Jesus. I'm like, this is not good long term. I've also showed you videos or stories where you have these female soccer players growing up where it's white dad, Hispanic mom, white American dad, Asian broad, Asian mom, or white American dad, Swedish mom, where basically it's always an American dad. And then the wife or the mom is from a different country. And they either imported the broad here or the American dad went to the broad's country and lived there. But what's happening is you're having these kids, they grow up as dual citizens. They get American sports training, and then when it comes time to represent their country, they're opting to represent the country of their mothers. I've been ringing the warning bells for that for a minute now. Oh man, you got like even the Philippines, they won a game at the FIFA at the Women's World Cup, and 3 or 4 of the women on that team, they have Black American dads. These are the children of expats, the original passport bros, the military dudes. So we're in trouble. All of these kids, even the one pole vaulter from the 2024 Olympics, the Swedish dude that won the pole vaulting championship, he has an American dad, Swedish mom, but he was raised in America. You know, so this is the problem that we're like. This is a really bad. Like this is not good, man. This is not good long term. At the white side of the manosphere, far from Eden. Anyways, yeah. Yep. B. Watson says in white couples' children's, Chad and Stacy's children use their to win the gold medals. But it's like it's just too many products that I'm seeing. Dude, the Philippines, like I said, let me repeat it to you. The Philippines won a female soccer match in the World Cup. They won a match. That's not like the Philippines. That's not supposed to happen. They're too short over there. It's not, even though soccer is full of short people. I'm just saying I'm talking about the Filipino women in general are very short. So it's like they're not. You have what? It's like 4 of those kids, like they went to university in America. A lot of them grew up in America, but they're opting to play for the country of their mothers. Back then, it used to be you play for the country of your father. You think that's no coincidence? I'm trust me, I'm betting you everything. The dads are the dads are encouraging their daughters or their sons to represent their mother's country. Trust me, the dads are like, man, I don't have no loyalty to America because American women don't have loyalty towards me. So that's how they're doing it. You know what I mean? He said, ain't they like 410? But like I said, it was 3 black women in that, 3 half breeds that were half black, half Filipino, and they were like around 5'4", 5'5", 5'6". That's because of their dad. They're really those broads. They supposed to be like 5 feet tall, 5'1". If it's just a pure Filipino couple, it's just supposed to be a bunch of 5-foot broads, 5'2" max, playing soccer. It's like these broads are 5'6", 5'7", 5'8", 5'9". Some of them. I'm like, whoa, what? I'm just in there like, where's this coming from? Nope. But anyways, he says, it's why I sort of respect Elisa Liu for sticking with the USA instead of going for Eileen Gu. Oh yeah, Eileen Gu, she's the one that represented China, even though she was raised in America, right? I have a question though for Eileen. Is her mother American? I don't, because she's a surrogate child as well, you know. But yeah, when it comes to that whole Elisa Liu, Eileen Gu, I think they're the same. Look, I might be too harsh, but they're the same people to me. I'm not talking about race-wise. I mean just mentality-wise. There's no difference for me. So it's meaning this. Both of those broads are hoes. And I'm gonna just leave it at that. One is a more blatant hoe, one is a more they're both different types of hoes. But at least with Elisa, she comes across as more normal than the Eileen, because the Eileen, she's going to eliminate herself from being chosen just from her mouth. So the way Eileen be talking, she already eliminates herself from contention from being chose. Elisa will get chose eventually, right? B. Watson says Chronic might roast me, but I still have loyalty towards the American banner, even if not to the country or even the. Let me not say that last part. Yeah. Eileen Gu, she's playing for China instead of USA. To steal to the Brudas, do not simp for Alicia Liu, because in the gala she put a Chad chasing song called Stateside, which is modest lyrics compared to other stuff these days. Well, I'm not falling for the Alicia Liu thing in terms of, it's a lot of dudes kind of simping for her, and I'm like, yeah, I don't know. Cause I'm just to me, she comes across as a freak, which there's nothing wrong with that. I be with freaks all the time, but I'm just telling you what she is. But anyways, and then people, I don't know why people are shocked about this whole Olympic stuff. Olympic athletes, doing all the smashing and dashing. That's normal. That's not even supposed to be a shock. That's always been a thing at the Olympics. That's always, man. Did you see one of the other broads? It was an American chick at the Winter Olympics that they had the camera on her, and she was talking about her experience at the Olympics. She was glowing. I was laughing so hard. She said, "This was the best experience I've ever had," and she was just looking dead in the camera's eye. I'm like, damn. She was having the time of her life, if you know what she means. You got to read between the lines. It was one girl. It was this one specific American girl. She wasn't a half-breed. She was a white girl. She would look dead in the camera. She was like, "This was the perfect experience." I was like, damn. She was doing backflips in them rooms, man. Oh man, but anyways, I'm gonna leave that alone. He says Chronic roasts me for my zimping, yet he was sort of simping for Alicia Liu. Well, it wasn't just him simping for her. Not just him. It was because back in the day, you could get like back in Chronic's day when he was younger, right? And I even remember those days. Back in the day, to get a chick like that was normal to get a chick like that. That was like that was standard. That was something, that was a bitch you just expected to get back in the day. If you was if all you had to be was a competent enough dude, and you can get a chick like that. Like, we were able to pencil that chick in and be like, all right, she gonna fuck with me later. All right, I'm gonna just boom, boom, boom. Let me go for the white blonde with the big tits first, and then I'm gonna just have that, and then I'm gonna have her as, and then I'm gonna have Alicia Liu as my science partner, and then we could get something going on. Like, that used to be standard to have a chick like that, or to be able to get a chick like that. And then now it turned from that to her being the premium. You know what I mean? Yeah, exactly. So B. Watson says, back in the day, plain John could get Alicia Liu. Now you have to be 6'5", look like Bjorn Anderson, and have rich kids. He said, "Oh yeah, I mean, rich parents." Oh, yeah, that's what you meant. I meant rich parents. Yeah, you need to have like now, because a chick like an Elisa Lou, I hope I'm saying her name right. She knows the bar is so low. So she knows that her value is way more than how it would have been like in the past. Like in the 2000s, she would be lost in the clutter of this, but girls like her stand out because she's not a biche. She's not mean. She's not an asshole. You know what I mean? So she is already first of all, just for her not being fat, that already puts her at the top 10%. That's how low the bar is when it comes to American broads. So she already knows I'm working. She knows she's working with something here. So guys are yearning for girls like that. That's why she's being heavily simped over. Yeah, exactly. He says in the 2000s, exactly. Elisa Lou was the childhood friend simping for Plain John. Now she is the chick Chad fights Tyrone for. It's a flip. It's a flip. The only way you can even guarantee a chick like that is if you are who's the guy that I mentioned earlier? Jacob Alluri, right? I hope I'm saying his name right. Or is it a Loki? No, I'm right. Jacob Alluri. You have to be Jacob Alluri or a Henry Cavill type to be close to 100% guaranteeing you a chick like an Elisa Lou. Oh no, I got it wrong. Oh Lord, I got it wrong. I thought I had it wrong. I'm like, nah, yeah, Jacob Alluri. You have to be Jacob Alluri because most of these shows that a lot of these chicks grew up, the Chads were simping for regular bitches in these TV shows. So that's what a lot of these chicks grew up. So, Taylor Swift songs. That's basically the theme of all of her songs. Her being a regular chick and still able to get a Chad, right? That's what it is right now. So you have to be Vasily Stepnov. Look at him up. Let's say 6'4". Yeah, you say Vasily Stepnov. I don't know who that is. Vasily. He looks familiar. Oh, that was him in the past. So in the past, that's what he looked like. Or does he still look like that? I don't know. They said once Russia's most handsome man, even compared to Brad. Well, he has the hair and then he has the eyes. And then on top of that, he's from a different country. So that's always going to help him out. But I'm just trying to name the people that I know the hoes know. Jacob Alluri. They use this dude. I was talking to my guy about this literally yesterday. I'm like, they put this dude in all of these movies. Oh man. But anyways.
It was all content creation. I thought that he understood that. That's what he told Tasha K.
So if we can create content together, or if we can go get some money together, then cool. Then you can be in my sphere. And I'm gonna play it up.
But no,
I'm gonna play it up. I'm gonna sell it for the cameras and all of that. Listen, I'm gonna be honest with you. Prior to me realizing that you actually had a husband here, I was thinking to myself, I might have to flirt with Tasha a little bit.
That would happen.
So he admits to basically playing it up for the cameras and doing, things for views. Selling his soul little by little for views. Interesting confession.
No, I'm not that type of person you can flirt with.
Well, I didn't know that, but we was gonna figure that
Even
out.
if I wasn't with my husband,
But I have to respect the boundaries that you create because this is your platform. This is a space that you live in. But I'm gonna sell it. I'm gonna sell it 1,000 times out of 1,000 times.
Even his wife feels the same way. It's just content.
Does he need to do that to create content? Don't you feel like he's talented enough to leave the perceptions of content trolling alone?
But look where it got him. we're here with you because of it.
True. True. Because I wouldn't have called you unless it was, you know.
So why would we stop?
So why would we stop? Those were the words of Anton Daniels' wife. Why would we stop?
Basically, them admitting to be grifters. Alpha, the first one asks, he says, question, I think Anton said he only been with one woman, his wife. Is that true? First of all, not ever since he started getting clout, because why? Because I believe him and Mika had something going on. And he also had something going on with another chick. Anton is just a classic version of you can't give every nigga money. You just can't. Or and I'll say like this. You give the average man a promotion at his job, just the average man, a little bit of more money, a little bit of status. He is going to put himself in a position where he will have access to multiple women. Right? This is why I never, when I see Cam Newton in them, I see Nick Cannon in them, or Future in them, they're not doing anything different than what the average man would do if they were, if you switch positions, the average man would do the same thing. The only difference is when you're a celebrity of that matter, or you're a person of that kind of status, women are they're going to keep your kid. They're not doing no Planned Parenthood. When they find out they're with a man with some means, or a man with some status or some clout or whatever, they're going to keep the kid. They're not going to murder it. That's the only difference. The only reason why I'm not a father right now is because I fucked up a couple of times. The only reason why I'm not a father is because I have no clout. Or like I said, I'm always going to say I have no money. So I have no kids, even though I've been with multiple. But them hoes know I don't got nothing. I don't got nothing. But let me get a little bit of fame. It's probably going to be a hoe talking about, oh, I have this kid and I never really knew who the father was, but Chris was with me. I'm telling you, that's how it works, man. It's not even... It is what it is. That's life. That's just life. Anton Daniels is just the classic example of that. If you look at his content that he deleted off his channel, you look at his content then, and then you look at it now, you see it's the money. He's getting a little bit of YouTube money. He's been feeling himself. That's all. And then now that he has a little bit of YouTube money, he can surround himself with women that would have never gave him the time of day. Alpha, the first one says he says, yes, I think he was a virgin, so how can he be red pill? I'll say that. Well, first of all, it doesn't even, all of that other stuff, it doesn't even matter. He's not red pill at all. Like Anton is just, he's just a grifter. You see how like Mika, she was like, like with Mika, she was in entertainment, music, sports talk. She was doing, like, Mika is willing to do anything to get on. So Anton is similar. He found a lane where he was just like, okay, I can talk about this and then get some money. All right, I'm gonna just keep doing this. Yeah, exactly. Shout out to Copa Pro. She says he's whatever pill is convenient at the time. Exactly. So if it means being this so-called conservative Christian, whatever, he's willing to do whatever. Yeah, the grift pill. He's willing to do whatever to get that money. The grift pill, the wrong G pill, right? The grift pill. Hey, you better not I gotta give you credit for that one. I ain't never heard anybody else say that. The grift pill.
So why would Anton Daniels get so upset to the point it would make him seek out information on me about what I do for a living, and all the names of my relatives and family, and say this in a threatening way. Do I think he really has that personal information of me and my family? Well, that's what he said. Do I think he knows what I actually do for a living? Well, that's what he said. Do I think he has all the names of my relatives? Well, that's what he said. And I think the wise thing to do is believe him. So with that being said, my family and I are on high alert.
Freezy's what's that boy named Freezy? He's saying, "Hey, I'm afraid for my life. I'm scared of you." What did Corey Holcomb said? What did he say back in the day? He said, "I'm scared of you. I'm afraid. I'm gonna do what I have to do." Oh man. He said, "Don't run up on me, y'all. I'm scared of you. I'm in fear for my life. I'm gonna do what I have to do."
And we don't take any threats lightly at all. Obviously, he knew these threats were not only against YouTube guidelines, but is also illegal according to law. So he made sure he edited this section of the original video out. This is the name of the original video. Magic City, Stephon Diggs released, Atlanta Hawks, Push Stripper Culture, The Breakfast Club, Season 3, Episode.
Look, and mind you, just because I think, look, with Stephon Diggs, didn't I tell you guys? I said that nigga guilty. I was up. I was up here. I said, look, I'm not just giving people passes for messing with multiple bitches. I think Stephon Diggs is a sexual deviant, and he cannot control himself. So he gets himself. He puts himself in certain situations. So whatever that girl accused him of in terms of him putting his hands on her, I believe he did put his hands on her. And you're seeing it, and you see how everything's crashing around Stephon Diggs. He got released from the Patriots. Now he's basically out to fend for himself. And so, like I said, I don't be giving people excuses just because. But I'll say this: it'll be a lot of dudes if they had Stephon Diggs' physical metrics, if they had his status, if they had his money, they would be as reckless as Stephon Diggs, hiring chefs with BBLs and all that ish. This is what these dudes do when they get a little money. This is why it's only certain dudes that can advance in the game, certain people that don't advance in the game. Exactly, yes. King Pick 6 said, he said, it's crazy if he won the Super Bowl and had like 3 touchdowns for 200 yards, Robert Kraft might have thrown his small hat connections to help him out. Exactly. That's how the game works. They're like, okay, we gotta postpone this until the Super Bowl. Let's see if we can win a Super Bowl. And because me personally, I thought they were gonna release him regardless. Because I went on a limb. I was like, look, I think I'm not, because she wasn't accusing him of SA. She was accusing him of just assault, of DV. And then on top of that, it doesn't help that Cardi B was threatening her and say, yo, you making a big deal about nothing, which I found a bit ironic. Women love to lift up Cardi B in the air, but here she is, she's protecting her abusive partner. I think Stephon Diggs is too gooned out. He is a sexual deviant. I'm not saying he's a rapist. I think he's a sexual deviant. Same with R. Kelly. These guys are sexual deviants. So they get themselves in nonsense. So this is why you hear the gay rumors about Stephon Diggs. Those are like you have these guys that are sex addicts. They will try a man because they can't control that, appetite. I think Stephon Diggs is of that realm. I've always said that about Diggs. So like I said, I don't excuse degeneracy, right? But I also understand that if you switch positions with a lot of dudes would do even worse than Stephon Diggs. And Anton Daniels is proving it. He's proving it live and in color. You can't give a dude like Anton some money, some status, connections. He's gonna think he's Jesus Christ, and that's what he said on the Fresh and Fit show. Oh man, B. Watkins says if you want to be the GOAT in sports, you got to be disciplined mentally as physically, can't indulge in too much, and you need to be connected. You know what I mean? You got to have everything working for you to be the GOAT. And you definitely can't be the GOAT if you don't have that discipline, But it is what it is. He said if the NFL can't save you, that means you definitely messed up on something. It's not necessarily that. It's just because what people don't understand, most assault cases are bogus. Especially nowadays, most of these assault cases, they're bogus. But this one wasn't. This one was not bogus. I believe Stephon Diggs took things too far with his BBL chef. The chef was going to let it go until Cardi B started harassing her. That's just my opinion on that situation with Stephon Diggs. But most of these assault cases, they're bogus. Like, I don't think Ray Rice, she shouldn't have been suspended. That was he was a victim of a campaign and a movement that they were trying to push, and he was the collateral, he was the sacrificial lamb for that. The NFL already had the video of the Ray Rice situation, and then they basically double jeopardy him by releasing the video to the public during a crucial time period in 2015. King Pig says Anton moves like he just won the lottery. That's very well put. That's very well put.
Episode 28. So what's my personal thoughts about it? I think he said all of those things to intimidate me to stop making content about him. But we know that ain't gonna work. And just to see a couple of his panelists encouraging him to say the list of the names of my relatives was even more disturbing. This is Anton Daniels. This is his followers. And this is how far they're willing to go. Am I scared? Yeah. I'm scared for my life. And I'm asking anyone that made it to this point of the video to share this video to anyone you know as much as you can, because we got to show Anton Daniels this is not your world and you can't have everything your way. Who knows? Next it might be O'Shea Du Jackson, Kwame Brown, Corey Holcomb, Lakeisha Keisha, Mike Drop BBQ, House of Hypocrites. Who knows?
But Anton, I believe Anton is connected with certain people, because guys like that, they don't. First of all, the numbers are not adding up with his live chats and his whatever. Like with the live chats and the subscribers. The numbers are not adding up. And then on top of that, his confidence. I'm like, nah, this is not natural. This is a guy with some kind of connections and backing. But anyways, I'm gonna leave that alone. B. Watkins says, well, I think Jordan Peele is overrated and overhyped. His movie about NFL stuff is rather accurate, but he is on stuff too. So yeah. Here's the thing when it comes to the NFL. People are too biased, right? So I always say the perfect analogy when it comes to explaining the sports world I'll say the sports world. Just watch The Boys. Watch The Boys. That's the sports world. The Amazon series. I know it's kind of supposed to be akin to them talking about politicians and stuff like that, but low-key, they're kind of talking about athletes as well. Because the athletes are the modern day, superheroes. And if your favorite superhero does something, like Panda Man says here, society will turn a blind eye. So people are too biased when it comes to the sports conversation, because I will mention certain people on this channel. They'll be like, no, there's no way he's off the chain. Like when we talk about actual bad people, abusers, people who are cheaters, and then I'll mention certain names, people be like, nah, Julian Edelman, a bad guy? No. dude, Julian Edelman is off the chain. That's not me speculating. Those are facts. Julian Edelman is off the chain. Just look it up. Look up. First of all, you can just look up his stuff and then look at. There are people that are, because they're best friends of certain athletes, their stuff gets covered over. Julian Edelman is one of these people. Marvin Harrison, off the chain. Diva wide receiver. That doesn't get talked about. People just want to talk about the easy targets like an Antonio Brown and all these other people. Even though Antonio Brown, he's off the chain too. But Marvin Harrison was a diva. Has a record, personal death on record. These are things that like once you start, the ones that you see that doesn't have any negative press, those are the ones that you got to take notice of. You got to wonder, like, damn, you're completely clean? Nah. By the way, remember who's the very famous Transformer? What's that guy's name? He has a male name, but he's very famous, and then he exposed that he was going out with an NFL player at one point. What's his name? His name starts with a J. He wears a wig. He's very famous. He's very famous. And then he was talking about how he slept with rappers in the industry and all of that. His name starts with a J. I don't know. But anyways, but when I start talking about, how about this here? Yeah, athletes and actors. Facts. Athletes and actors. He says basically, I mean, in the boys, there are more like celebrities, athletes, rather than whatever woke stuff they push. Like I said, look, the boys is very accurate. It's very accurate. People might not like some of the stuff in there, but it's pretty spot on. Yeah, Jeffree Star. That's his name. Jeffree Star. So this is very interesting about Jeffree Star. This is very interesting. He recently just did an interview with Taylor Lewan, the former offensive lineman. I don't know. Didn't he retire? Let me see. Is Taylor Lewan? Let's see, Taylor Lewan. Yeah, he's retired. He used to play for my Titans. I forgot which pick he was though. But anyway, Taylor Lewan did an interview with Jeffree Star, and I remember Jeffree Star had on his story his story went viral, where he said, "I'm waking up to the sunset next to my side piece, who was an NFL player," and the person, he showed the back of the NFL player, and it was a white dude. A big white dude. You can tell this guy was either some kind of offensive lineman or a tight end. He was like I'm told, he was either an offensive lineman, a defensive lineman, or maybe a tight end, maybe. But it was a big white dude with some weight on it. But he just showed the back of him, right? And then all of a sudden now I see him do a personal interview with Taylor Lewan. Now I'm looking at Taylor Lewan like, was it you? Because a lot of the times they'll do this stuff in plain sight. A lot of these affairs, it's in plain sight. They think that people won't ask the question like, okay, why are you doing an interview with Jeffree Star? Like, what's the connection there? But I'm looking at Taylor Lewan a little bit different nowadays. I'm looking at him, I'm like, Was that you in that photo that Jeffree Star put? Or do you know the guy? Maybe Taylor Lewan knows the guy that was actually in that photo. I was just like, what the I'm looking at Taylor Lewan a little bit different nowadays. I'm like, don't tell me that was you in that photo. And then now Jeffree Star, he's just flexing on you by doing an interview on your podcast. Nah, man. Nah. Yeah, exactly. If you go on Taylor Lewan's podcast, he has multiple videos with that nigga, with Jeffree. All right. So I don't know, Taylor Lewan, is there something you like to say to the class? Because dude, hold on. Let me see if Jeffree Star pick with NFL player. Let me see if I can find that. Because I remember it went viral. Yeah, because I'm like, was that? Yeah. Is this the let me see if I can do a freeze frame.
This is one.
Because when I saw this, I'm like, okay, so this is like a tall white dude. Because Jeffree Star, he comes across as a tall man himself. He's probably like Jeffree Star is probably, I'm guessing, just off of looking at him, Jeffree Star, he seems like he's over 6 feet tall himself. So I'm looking at that, and then I'm looking at this guy. I'm like, oh, so this is a man that worked. This is a person that's in the trenches. This is a defensive lineman or an offensive lineman. And then all of a sudden, I see this. Jeffree Star, Taylor Lewan. I see you doing interviews with Taylor Lewan. Like, what's this about? Jeffree's what's the what is this about? Like I said, it's hiding in plain sight. That's just my opinion. It's hiding in plain sight. I'm sorry. There's just too much. There's too much there. There's too much. It's just too much. So even the title of the thing, Jeffree Star and Taylor Lewan addressed the rumors about them dating and the trip to Wyoming. So they took a trip to Wyoming together? Nah, man. Nah.
Are you guys hear me?
Nah, man. Nah, man. Come on, Taylor. Come on, brother. This is not a good look. Yeah, exactly. Like I said, the guy, like from my standpoint, all of them Transformer ninjas, they always be over 6 feet tall. From what I've in my personal life, all the Transformer ninjas, all the gay artists that I've worked with, they're always over 6 feet. They never small. I'm not like I've seen obviously small gay men. I'm just saying like the ones for some reason, a lot of the more popular ones, they're always over. They always tall. Like these are some big humans. There's got to be something to that. It's crazy to me, but you know, it is what it is. Titans legend. This is not a good look for the Titans, bro. But yeah, you like I said, you go on all this stuff. I'm like, who else could it be? Oh no, this is just content. We're just Y'all was together, bro. That's crazy. Exactly. Wide receivers are not that tall. And then you take into account Jeffree Star. Let me see. Let me search up something. Let me see something. Jeffree Star height. Yeah, you see, I knew it. Jeffree Star 6'1". I knew it. Yeah, I'm like, nah. I'm like, this dude, this. So now you take that into account. The only person, right? Let me see. Can I? Oh shit! I just lost it. The only person that can
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to my channel. Hi, how are you?
Offensive lineman Taylor Lewan. Everyone was trying to cross her. Big old.
Yeah, like I said, this dog. Like nobody's gonna be that big. Unless is an offensive lineman or a defensive lineman. So forget even tight end. Even the tight ends aren't that big. Like, no. This is a offensive lineman or defensive lineman that can tower over somebody that's 6 feet tall like that. Absolutely no way. Taylor Lewan suspect. King Pig 6 says, I don't get why guys with all that money they date Transformers. He must have been touched as part of his NFL contract. That well, two things can be true, right? So you got to understand, you have guys like that, like, like a guy. I'm not trying to put LeBron on blast here, right? But do you really think a guy like LeBron, you really think like pussy probably means nothing to him anymore at this part of the the game? And Michael Porter Jr. was talking about this, where you have these guys, they've like, sex to them is nothing because they've had so much sex with just so many different women, and where I'm talking about a crazy amount of women, where they're like, you know what, let me try something different, right? So a lot of those guys, I'm not going to say most, but a lot of those guys, they end up doing stuff like this because they can't get their rocks off anymore. But that's just part of the game. He said they start dating men now. Oh man, this is crazy. But it's just, exactly. He says only Mo Alley Cox and Kobe Parkinson, and then Mo Alley Cox is black, so you could cross him out. Because that dude that was in there, I'm like, oh no, this is a Caucasian man that is an offensive lineman right there. That's at that size, I'm like, that's an offensive lineman or a tight end. that's I was like that. I'm like, there's no way. I can't even say defensive lineman, because from what I've been seeing, a lot of these defensive linemen be ninjas. So I'm like, nah. I'm like, this is all. I'm like, this is an offensive lineman. And Taylor Lewan, he fits the bill. He's about what, 6'7", 6'6". He's an offensive lineman. Anyway. And out of sight, yeah, Pyro's right. He says they want to try something new and out of sight so it doesn't damage their image. And then on top of it, like I said, Taylor Lewan, he's married, right? So hold on, let me see. Taylor Lewan, married. Sorry. Yeah, so Taylor Lewan, he is married currently to Talon Gallagher, right? So, and we already know that don't mean nothing. we know that don't mean nothing. But anyways. Oh man, let me see what time. When was this pic taken? But anyways, let me leave that alone. Let me leave that alone. Yeah, it'd be guys like this. Yeah, Taylor. No, I'll say this because I don't know Jeffree Star's origins. I'm thinking Jeffree Star is connected to some powerful people because Jeffree Star just be moving how he wants, threatening to expose people one day, doing this the other day, and then it just he be moving like he untouchable, like he a gangster himself. So Jeffree Star scares me. I wouldn't want to be near that thing. We be forgetting these are men. These are some gangsta ass niggas, man. Anywho.
Also, make sure you hit that like button. And this is very important. Hype the video. Shout out to.
Let me show the last video. Let me see if I can find that one video of Anton sipping when he asked Mika if they would have gone out if he didn't have the fame. Would have dated him. Let me see if I can find that video. Oh, they're saying Anton Daniels recently crashed out on Mika. No, I probably can't find that video. But I remember there was a specific video where Anton, he was asking, he was simping heavy. He asked Mika if he wasn't famous, would they be together? I was like, yo. Even the people on the live panel, they checked out of the stream because it was so cringe. King Pick 6 says, y'all seen Mika before the BBL, she and all that. So she did get work done. I didn't notice. I suspected it, but I didn't want to be like, I didn't want to just throw that on her name if that wasn't true. But anywho, let me see. He said at least he wasn't down low. Yeah, Jeffree Star, he is what he is. Like, I'll say this. I can actually talk with you if you're open with who you are. That's never been a problem. Like for me, that's never been a problem with me. Right. I don't think so. There's even dudes I would suspect, and then I actually gave him more praise for coming out later. Because I'm like, you can't hide who you are for that long. you gotta eventually you gotta oh man. He says we all know Mika would only date Chadrone, Tyrone, and Dontavius. Because there was a lot of people suspecting that Mika doesn't even have a husband. She's been lying about the whole thing. I don't think so. I just think maybe, you know, because you never know. A lot of these broads, they be having military, like crazy boy, like their husband be crazy behind the scenes, like crazy, even though they be moving wild themselves, but their husband be crazy, like ex-military, ex-police, like straight crazy in the head, you know. So maybe Mika has one of those type of husbands that's low-key, but he's crazy. He said, I didn't know she had a BBL. Yeah, Mika, man. She's a straight clout chaser, man. Yeah, she's just, yeah. So that fake trad-ish wasn't gonna work with her because she's. Oh yeah. By the way, watch this. Let me see if I can pull this up. Oh man. This is gonna be my new let me see this. Can we do a caption thing? Nah, I can't. Man, this might be my new soundbite. Watch this. Let me see if I can bring up that Kanye West lyric. Yeah, this is gonna be my new soundbite right here. This is gonna be my new soundbite. Let's see if I can put it at the right spot. No homo. That's gonna be my new soundbite. Can a young get money anymore? Man, I remember that when that song came out in 2012, boy. That was the ish. When Kanye West had that song, I love that song right there. Anytime you ever see these college coaches now, you know, Nick Saban, who else? Urban Meyer. They went to the White House. I don't know. The most annoying thing is people complaining about NIL. That is the most annoying thing to me. Where you got these college players literally playing for free. The universities make all these billions off these players for free, for pennies on the dollar. Literally for nothing. And then now they got a problem. The athletes can't stay at our school. Man, stop crying. Hey man, stop crying, man. Man, anytime people start complaining about NIL, I'm gonna do this. I'm just gonna do that. I hope you can hear that. That's gonna be my new soundbite. Young nigga get money anymore. Anytime I hear these college coaches complaining about this NIL stuff, it's just so funny to me. I'm like these niggas. They went to the White House about this. We can't control these players anymore. I'm like, first of all, you have hoes that can bust down on OnlyFans at 18. Talking about I wanted to be an OnlyFans star at whatever age, but they mad that a college athlete is doing what he can so he can get some paper, because most college athletes, they're not going to get to the NFL. Now, I'm not saying it's always going to work, but at least he can get some money out of it. These dudes be crying about this stuff. It's the most oh man. He said these NBA players don't know how to spend their money. I know these high school kids blow through. That is true. That's true. But look, I don't care. Let these ninjas get their money. Let them. They have such a short period to even get the money, anyways. Let them get that paper, man. They worked hard. A lot of them, they worked hard for it. A lot of them. I'm not gonna say most. A lot of them, they really work. They really work to get to where they need to be. Let these ninjas get their money, man. Let's not do this. Oh man, he says it's crazy. Johnny Manziel didn't get paid what he deserved for college. But luckily, Johnny Manziel, he came from a rich family, but still, they like college football, they owe him money. Yeah. Nick Saban, I didn't like that. Him going up in there and then knowing that Nick Saban, he's just mad because he used to pay players, right? But he used like guys like a Nick Saban or Urban Meyer, they used to have the monopoly on paying players and doing these things. Now any school can do that. So now it's kind of, now they can't really leverage their power like they used to, because they were the ones, they had the connects, they had the pro connects, they had all the systems, they had the skills, and they had the money. So they had all the leverage, so they can have 5-star athletes on their bench, not even starting. They could literally have these 5-star athletes just in waiting, just like that. And then they could always dominate for futures and generations to come. Exactly. B. Watson says colleges profit off these dudes' youth. The least they can do is let them earn some money for themselves. And by the way, I had no problem with Nick Saban and those people paying these young men under the table. I never had a problem with that, because they're supposed to be getting paid. I would never like I remember people would kind of use it against certain coaches. They'll be like, well, this guy pays players, so he can't be a good coach. I disagree with that, because I'm like, well, the players should be getting paid anyways. So if they're getting paid illegally, it's whatever. They're supposed to be getting paid anyways. So now I really was just shocked that Saban was complaining about this, because I'm like, Nick, I'm like, you were paying players. Like, come on, let's not do this, you know? But anyways. Oh, you guys are talking about something else in the comments, and Nicole Murphy. Oh, yeah. Nobody got paid off of NCAA football 14. Pure robbery. Yeah, exactly. You can die in a war, but a college player can't get any money or have negotiations with certain schools to make sure he gets a better paying deal. It's crazy to me. we hold these athletes at such a high standard, and then on top of that, you don't want them to get paid. I mean, what kind of shit is this? This is my problem with the hypocrisy behind all of this. We hold these people, these 19-year-olds, 20-year-olds, we hold them to higher standards than politicians and pastors. But and then you want them to do that for free too, and you want them to do it for free. Oh man, they gotta compete. They're not competing the old-fashioned. I'm like, let these niggas get their money, man. Let's not be haters, man.
Can a young nigga get money anymore?
Anyways, it's just I'm like out of all the things, these motherfuckers, they want to talk. They don't want to go to the White House. They don't want to talk about marriage reform. Andrew Wilson lying about the traditional church, trying to fix divorce, but we got motherfuckers going to the White House because niggas want to get paid. This is crazy. It's whatever. He says athletes work hard too and have to deal with stress. Not saying we should neglect STEM, but athletes historically bring honor and prestige to the nation. It's just, look, they have, because people are not taking to a fact, they can't make any mistake off the field. They literally can't make any mistake. Particularly the athletes, they can make zero mistakes. You have people trying to scam them. You have people trying to steal their money. They have to navigate agents trying to steal their money. They can make they literally have to make zero mistakes. One mistake out of all the work they put in can literally have them in a situation where they can't be a pro. Just a false accusation. Let me repeat that. Just a false accusation is the difference between them going number 1 overall in a draft or not being drafted at all. A false accusation is the difference. So all the hosts. Exactly. That's what it is, right? So you see how like people aren't jealous of, even though hockey players be getting hella hoes, right? And baseball players be getting hella hoes, but not compared to the soccer players, not compared to the soccer players overseas. Let me say that, not in America. But how about this? We all know in high school, everybody's talking about what? The sports that they talking about, football and basketball. We already know this. This is what it is. Football, basketball, and then baseball close third, right? So King Pick Six says you have to factor in all the honeys trying to get at them. And I think that's what it is. At the end of the day, people are just looking at it as, well, you guys get all the girls. So nah, pay these ninjas what they owe. They're already being held to such a high standard. If you're gonna hold them to such a high standard like that, I mean, the least you can do is make sure you get them some money in their pocket. That's why I used to like, one of my favorite coaches in basketball used to be Rick Pitino, because he always made sure his ninjas got taken care of. And not just in a money way. He made sure like their families was good. He made sure they got jobs and shit. He was buying his star players' mama's houses and shit. I respected that. Because they deserve it. They definitely deserve it. And I just think it's a bad look where you have OnlyFans girls. They literally get to sell them. They sell themselves. They turn 18, they get to just boom. But then we have a problem because sports players in America want to get paid. In Europe, or basically everywhere else outside of America, you can be like, if you're a soccer player in Europe, you can start getting money at like 15. Like, even if you're in a youth academy, they give you a stipend. They give you something, and then on top, like they put you on a wage in youth academy, and then you could be 16. You can be 16 in European soccer or Brazil, and you can start getting paid. You don't have to worry about college. You don't have to worry about none of that. They just have they have sports academies, and then the sports academy is connected to the professional soccer team or whatever, the professional organization. So there's no drafts. You can just start getting paid if you're good enough. He says, well, it's also because these players come from poor backgrounds, and especially in soccer. Sure, you can be from the hood and play in the NFL, but if you come from a favela and go back to Brazil, you are a god. I just don't like how I'm talking about they let hoes become pastors. They be letting hoes do all types of shit. But the line, for some reason, it always gets drawn when ninjas is just trying to get some money in college. And they should be. It was illegal what the colleges have been doing to those people for years. And then you got these coaches, and these coaches, particularly when you talk about Urban Meyer and Nick Saban, they know they've been paying players for years. And because they don't have control over the situation like how they did back in the day, now we got to go to the White House. Oh yeah, we got to regulate this. Man, get the fuck out of here. That's just a bad look to me. I'm offended when I see stuff like that. These are grown, like, I mean, if these are grown enough men to go to war, I'm like, they can't make no money playing sports. That's the line you draw. Them making money playing sports at 18, 19. When you got dudes when you got teenagers in Europe making millions, teenagers in Europe playing soccer, making millions. And then the worst of them making hundreds, tens of thousands, 20, but enough to where they can give their family something. They could help their family get out of poverty. you bring up the Brazil example, where if you make a pro club, you can be on a salary at 15, 16, and you can get your family, your people out of the out of these really dangerous ass neighborhoods. Brazil, the favelas, these are like some of the worst neighborhoods in the world. But imagine if they did things the American way. They gotta play for free. Imagine if Ronaldinho had to wait until 21, 22, 23 years old to get paid. What kind of shit? What, man, this is backwards. The stuff we do in America. And then we try to talk about the morals and then, man, stop. Stop, man. Come on, man. Let's not do this. Please, like, you do not want to get me started on this topic. Imagine if Messi had to wait until he was 22 to start getting paid. On paper, mind you, on paper. All the best players that you see, they went pro at like 15, 14 years old, 16 years old, most of them. Sorry, most of them 17 years old, really. And these asking niggas to wait and shit. What kind of what, man? Stop. Pay what you owe, man. Stop it. And then on top of that, it doesn't help when you have, because the way, American sports work, you got like these salary caps and all this shit. And in Europe, there's no salary cap. It's just whatever the owner can afford. And then you have promotion and relegation. That's how it should be in the States. The so-called capitalist, United States, but niggas got to wait for their money and you reward the worst teams with the number 1 draft pick. You reward teams for losing. What? How is that? This is so, technically that's very un-American, but this is ironically American. Pyro with the $5 super chat. Shout out to Pyro here.
Donations. 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 Gifts. 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 More gifts. More gifts.
Pyro says that's such a hater move. They want people to just work for free and they get a big payout, bro. These people are disgusting. What a bunch of losers pay up. But yeah, I've never, like, it's always disgusted me how these college players were like literally basically working for free, basically on paper, right? But I've never liked it. And then the NIL is a wild west, and these guys are getting money. I'm like, damn. They really don't like niggas getting money. Godly. Now, obviously, there's gonna be pros and cons to that. That's just life. That's life. Because trust me, it's I bet you. Actually, I'll maybe that might be a bad bet, but it's really like hoe ass niggas, like a type of Anton, right? An Anton Daniels type, where they'll be like, oh man, these athletes they be getting too much money and stuff like that. Nah, man, it is what it is. But this people will say athletes make too much money, and then they say we should be giving the money to the teachers, and I'm like, have you seen these teachers? They shouldn't be getting money. Like, man, people they'll say the money should be allocated to people like teachers. No, it should be allocated to the electricians and the plumbers and these people, not no teachers. A lot of these teachers, most of these teachers are not even Smart. They say teachers so they can keep the the women happy and all these hoes. They don't know what they doing at their job, bro. Stop. Bro, if you look at the I need people to do like the research on their teachers and really be like, okay, what grades did you have in high school? What grades did you have in college? Like, why are you a teacher? Is it something that you actually wanted to be, or is it something that you couldn't do really anything else in life and then you were just... like I said, I can count very few, like on both hands. I've had many teachers. I can only count on two hands the actual like good teachers that actually knew what they were doing, right? And most of them were men. I'm gonna just leave it at that. So all that shit, people be hating, man. They just be hating. They should be getting paid. I don't care if it look, man, a lot, and I believe a lot of those ninjas, they won't know how to handle it. I agree with that, but that doesn't matter. they're not gonna know what. If you see somebody getting some abroad, right? He about to smash abroad. That's a bit, above his grade. As long as the bitch don't got no STDs, you'd be a hater to disrupt him about to get some ass. Exactly. Uncapped NFL contracts would be awesome. This whole salary cap nonsense. They don't, like I said, in Europe, they don't have that. There's no salary cap. They need no salary cap. And then what they also need to do, they need to have promotion and relegation. So you have NFL 1, then you have NFL 2, NFL D3, and teams can move up top 3, right? So whoever's the top 3 teams of the NFL 2, they get to move up to the NFL, the big leagues, right? And then the bottom 3 teams, you lose your position. And then if you want to keep the draft, why don't you reward? Because I would have the elimination of the NFL draft, and I would just have academies, right? Similar how they do it in Europe. But if you're gonna keep the draft, all right, you can keep the draft, but reward the draft with whoever is the number 1 team of the NFL 2. So whoever wins their promotion, like they'll have a promotional playoff, whatever. Whoever's the winner of the promotional playoff, they get the number 1 pick entering into the NFL. We can't be rewarding people for losing. this is crazy. This has always been crazy to me, but you can, we can't be calling other countries communists and all this shit, but then we reward teams for losing. Imagine if it was the opposite. Imagine if, because really, if you want to keep the draft, I would love it to be this. I would love it to be this. The Super Bowl winner gets the number 1 pick. That's how I would like to. I would have it in a real world, because at the end of the day, it really doesn't matter where you pick. Just because you have a top first round pick, that's not a guarantee for success. But give the first pickings to the teams that actually win. Maybe you'd actually have teams trying to win. But if you want to, or have it where you have promotional relegation, semi-pro teams that are trying to make it to the big league, they can get promoted if they win enough of their divisions, have them promoted, and then you give those teams the number 1 NFL pick, so they can have a chance. That to me would be a way better situation. The way they do this stuff here, I can't get behind this shit. Oh man. Panda Man says fucking salary cap come in, and after the Redskins won their last Super Bowl in '91, and they ain't been the fucking same since. He says Umar is killing me with those envelopes. Like, bro, them shits is builds. A court summons. That's funny. Oh man, he says Anton Daniels doesn't look remotely athletic. Those are the guys that be doing the most hating. Guys like Anton Daniels. Like, I know that we have this thing where they say that athletes can't be high value men, and I get it because the way that they make money is not a long-term situation, but you got to be careful with that. Because I think it's kind of coming across as hate, because then he had Nicki Minaj on his platform and he was talking about that she was a high value woman and all this stuff, and she's in the entertainment industry, so it's like you have a woman with clout on your platform, and I bet you if he had a black NFL player on there, he would have said, "No, you're not a high value man. This is my." So I it kind of comes across as haterish to me, but that's just me. But I get where he's coming from. But it seems like they do a lot of things to make sure athletes don't get the money that they deserve. But anyways, he says, I don't know how it's legal to conspire to cap salaries. But that's why he said I don't know how it's legal to conspire to cap salaries. Well, because the NFL, they already got caught. So they already got caught conspiring against Kyler Murray and Lamar Jackson. They already got caught. One of the ESPN journalists already put them on blast for it, and the news of them getting sued by the people that represent Kyler Murray and Lamar Jackson, it kind of went under the radar. It was only one ESPN reporter that was brave enough to post this situation, and now you start to understand why Kyler Murray got a little bit of bad press, and you're starting to see why Lamar Jackson was getting a little bit of bad press. This is, it's the only athletes who make what they deserve are boxers, and Dana White is trying to pay boxers pennies through Zuffa. Like, Dana White, he is an exploiter. He's definitely an exploiter. Like I said, shout out to the boxers, shout out to Mayweather, but Mayweather, I don't know what's going on with him, because they have him scheduled for like 3 fights in 2026 alone. I don't know, like, Mayweather must owe somebody crazy amount of money, because this makes no sense, because Mayweather made more money than anybody, and now he's doing 3 fights in 1 year at the age of 50. Like, I'm gonna be praying for Mayweather. He got caught up in something. Clearly he owes some people money. Like, this makes no sense to me. He made more money than anybody, like, combined. So he's fighting more now than he did in his prime. This makes no, like, back then he would do like 3 fights in he would literally do like 3 fights in 3 years. Like, it's not even a joke. It's not like, that's not even, he would do like 3. If you told, Mayweather did 3 fights, what was the time frame of those 3 fights? 3 years. Yeah, he said he must owe Thanos. He said, yeah, he would fight once a year. If that, it'll be like years sometimes with this thing. I'm just like, wow. So, yeah, I don't know. Gambling is a hell of a drug. Because Mayweather, he doesn't smoke or drink, really. He doesn't drink or smoke like that. So some people, they gotta replace their vice with something, whether it's girls, underage prospects for some of them. Sorry, for a lot of them. If it's something, if everybody got a vice. And I guess with him, it's clearly gambling because this makes no sense. He said, I think it's him leveraging credit to buy things like buildings, and now he's hit with lawsuits in those. Yes, I agree. That's the King Picks. King Pick 6. Clearly you're knowledgeable about these things. Like these are the when people just say, hey, just buy real estate, bro. I'm like, in America, you got to be careful with that. Because when you own these buildings, you got the lawsuits. If they're not up to code, you can get a lawsuit. Somebody trips and falls, there's a lawsuit. If you're evicting somebody, you don't evict somebody properly, that's a lawsuit. It's a lot of paperwork, it's a lot of things you need to cover before you get into that kind of business, the real estate business, or just if you're just buying buildings like Mayweather has been doing. It is what it is. He's learning his lesson the hard way. You got to be careful with that. Yeah. He said if he's paid $200 million from a boxing fight, he's not paid that in one go. He said now he's saying he's owed money from certain fights. Yeah, he's, But like I said, because Mayweather is basically, he's undefeated. So clearly he never took any dives, But like I said, that also costs. If you're a person, if you don't want to take no dives, that's going to also cost you extra, right? So I've mentioned that on this channel as well with Mayweather, because if you're part of that business, you're going to have to take a dive or two. And Mayweather, the type, he's like, no, I'm not taking any dives. Okay, that's so you also got to pay it. You got to pay to avoid having to take a dive. So there's payment for that as well. But yeah, that's it when it comes to Anton. But sorry I had to go on that rant with the college sports and then the money. Like that really threw me off when I saw Nick Saban. I'm like, what the fuck these niggas doing at the White House for? We're potentially at war right now. We're gas prices soared overnight. Literally, gas prices soared overnight, and unemployment is still up. We got all these things going on, and I see this whole ass nigga in the White House talking about we need to regulate this and we need to what, man? Come on. Exactly. He says, truth be told, a lot of athletes will always go broke because they want to live a lifestyle they can't afford. And then I just think it doesn't help though, where you have a lot of these athletes, they really did not get any money when they were in college or high school. So they're not used to that kind of, so now they're getting all this money legally. They don't have to hide it anymore, and then they don't know what to do with it once they reach a certain age. I don't think they need to. I don't think athletes like that should be forced to wait until they're 22 and 23 years old to earn money. They need to be able to experience that so they can go through this. They go through the lessons they need to in college, or they go through all those lessons they need to in high school. So by the time they hit pro, they're 20 years old, they're 21 years old, they're 22 years old, and they have the knowledge. They've already been through the trials and tribulations of having money, not having money, negotiating, how to negotiate, how to not negotiate. So these guys, they get all their money in the once they hit 22 and 23, and then of course they're gonna crap out. They need to have that experience of making money younger, so they can. So there's experience when you start making money for yourself. That's their own, little portfolio, mini portfolio. So they can go through the trial tribulations while they're young. By the time they hit 22, they know exactly what to do. I don't know. Maybe the college coaches and these recruiters. I guess they're mad that these kids aren't kissing their ass anymore. I don't know. Maybe they love that shit when you got them ninjas with their lips quivering. I just want to buy my mama a house. them type of ninjas. Man, fuck that, man. We ain't doing that shit no more. He says, I saw Floyd doing a commercial for vodka and giving gifts to some. Yeah, I saw the video of I am supporting small hat country. They have my 100% support. And he had the flag draped on him. I was like, oh no. I'm like, this dude. I'm like, Floyd Mayweather really likes money, bro. He really loves him some money. Panther Man says, speaking of dives, look at Mike Tyson's early pre-prison career. So many of his opponents were either A, not legitimately active enough to warrant a fight, or 2, took dives. I need to look more into that because I'm not that knowledgeable about the positions of the fighters that Mike Tyson was fading. So I'll look into that. But Mike Tyson had that mystique about him where people are still scared of him to this day. So, I don't know. I don't know with Mike Tyson. I don't know. He said, I'll take a dive too if Tyson was going to beat me. But yeah, because like I said, I grew up on soccer. Right, I grew up seeing most of people's favorite players that people love to look at and see. These guys made their professional debuts at 16, some of them 15 years old, a couple 14 years old. 2 of them, I know they made a professional debut at 13. So I'm just that's what I'm used to seeing, right? You don't have to wait to get drafted, and then you got to do all these goddamn interviews with these teams. They have no idea what the fuck they doing anyways. You got these dudes got to do these draft combines and all this stuff. This shit is to me is kind of I don't like that. And then you don't want them to make any money off that. Come on, enough is enough. Enough is enough. It's either you can play or you can't play. All this extra shit is just where everybody else can make money, but not the player. Come on. Yep. Shout out to King Peak 6. He says that soccer money is different. Is that Mbappe got offered an $800 million contract from the Saudis for 1 year untaxed. How about this? Messi got offered a couple billion. I think it was like with Messi was like $2 billion or $1 billion. I forgot. But either way, it's $1 billion. He got offered $1 billion untaxed with bonuses. And then on top of that, when you're a soccer player, you don't have to pay for anything, really. You know what I mean? So if you're one of the best players in the world, you literally don't have to pay for anything. And so you're literally seeing all of your money. And then especially in Saudi Arabia, is all that money is untaxed. A couple $1 billion untaxed, and Messi decides to go to America instead because your wife said so. Nah. Oh man. Yep, exactly. He says they changed the laws in Saudi Arabia for Ronaldo to play. That's what I grew up seeing. This is where the soccer players can make their money. They can do what they can. Even if they don't work out, they at least had a chance to make money as a young kid. So even if you're only playing in the youth academy, you can get a little bit of something. Yeah. Oh yeah, I know about that story with the Cristiano Ronaldo story. But yeah. But that's what I grew up seeing. Mbappe made his professional debut at 15. if I'm not mistaken. I think he was either 15 or 14. Let me look that up real quick. Let me look that up. Mbappe professional debut age. He was, they said he was 16. I would have sworn he was 15, but maybe I'm wrong. So yeah, he was 16 years old when he made his debut. I thought he was young. I would have sworn he was 15, but anyways, whatever. But yeah, most of these guys is always 16, 17 years old. If you're good enough, 16, 17 years old, you make your debut. Messi was 16. No, Messi was 14. Oh, was he 15? Messi professional debut. Messi, I think, was let's see. I think Messi wasn't he 15? They're saying 7. Oh, they're not counting. They're not counting if he was in the second division, because in Barcelona they have Barcelona. They got the first team, and then they have the reserve team, Barcelona B. They play in the lower leagues. So instead of the younger players playing against other younger players, they have the younger players play in Barcelona B, and then they play against adults in the lower divisions. But Messi was playing for Barcelona B at like 15 or 14 years old. Last I checked, but let me check. See, Barcelona. Yeah, Barcelona C. I don't even think they have a C team anymore, though. Wait a minute. They're saying Messi made his first team debut at 60. Yeah, that's what I thought. See, 16. But for the Barcelona B, let me see. 13, 14. Yeah, the hormone therapy when they gave him that shit. Anyways, during his full season. 2002, 2003. That's the youth team. Boom, boom, boom. See, 2003, 2004. Yeah, when he was on the B team, he was 15 years old. But anyways. And then Ronaldo, I think he made his professional debut at 17. Could be wrong. Cristiano Ronaldo, professional debut age. Yeah, 17. Yeah. I was right about that. Ronaldo, 17. But notice they didn't have to wait until 18 or whatever. You can be 16 years old and start making some paper. Another one. Well, we already know about Lamine Yamal, so we don't even have to go there. Man, we don't have to go. 1.6 billion. Oh, that's what they offered Messi. Yeah, 1.6 billion. But yeah, we don't even have to go there when it comes to Lamine Yamal. He already. You know you a monster if you're making your professional debut for Barcelona for the A team at 14, 15 years old. That's crazy work. That is diabolical. You know you're a monster if at 15 you're making your professional debut for the A team. But anyways, enough about that. We will spend more time later on this week. I want to do there was something I said I was going to cover, but I'll think about it later. More to come video wise. I got my programs working again. I don't know what it was, something like basically when I was recording the videos, it was coming crazy off the mic. So I was like, yo, I don't know what's going with my wires. I don't know what's going with my mic, but it seems like everything's fixed. I think I should be good. The fallout of Anton Daniels, I did not know it was going to happen this soon. But once, especially, I'll say this, especially later on, once the divorce happens, his wife is going to basically expose him for being backed by certain handlers and people. And that's how he gained his position in the YouTube algorithm. And that's how a lot of people are gaining their position. They're being represented by agents. They know people in the YouTube corporations. They know the certain algorithms. They understand what to say, what not to say, what kind of content to create. They're connected to somebody. So they're in all types of spaces, right? Even if it's male content creation, female content creation, the video game, when it comes to the streaming industry, the video game streaming industry, there's plants everywhere, right? He said, damn, Anton is an agent. Yeah. Every what I saw with from the fallout of the Corey Holcomb situation and the paid bloggers now that was going after, I'm like, yeah, guys like that, the stuff he was able to get done in such a short time, you're not able to get that unless if you have some serious backing from somebody. Now, it didn't work per se. It hurt Corey a little bit. It did hurt him, but thankfully, Corey was the type of dude that has always been honest about who he was. So that's what happens when you're open and honest about you telling the truth, being honest about your interactions with women. Why do you think? Okay, as much as I don't like Nick Fuentes, I know why hoes can't stand Nick Fuentes and the powers that may be doesn't really like him. It's because he got no hoes. He has no dirt. There's no holes from his past or his future that can literally hem him up, so they can't set him up with anything. So he can say whatever he wants. So this is like, that's why hoes hate him. They have no dirt on him. So what I saw, especially the blowback, the connections with him, the connections with Tasha K, the connections with Tasha K and TMZ when Corey Holcomb revealed that Tasha K is connected to TMZ. That's how she's able to get the information that she's getting. It exposed a lot. And then on top of that, with the Harvey Levin situation and his connection to Epstein, his connection to Mark Shitterick, it basically exposed how the game is basically, it's exposed. Now I know I know who the people who are definitely agents and who are not. Like Poetic Flacco, like these guys have handlers. They're not. These are not legit people. But anyways, that's it for today. I went way too long today. Man, shout out to you guys. By the way, thank you, Pyro, for the $10 in total. For the super chats, man, thank you for the $10 in total for the super chats. I always appreciate your support. Let's see what we get into later on this week. I'll definitely have another live stream for you this week. This week. It'll happen. It's definitely not going to happen for Monday. It's definitely not going to happen on Monday because I'm going to watch the USA baseball team, and then we'll see for Tuesday. We'll see. But anyway, shout out to you guys, man. Thank you. The outro video for today. Outro video. I'm gonna choose. I would choose Everybody Hates Chris. Man, shout out to you guys, man. Thank you.
Is she white?
What? No.
Can she get the house?
Rochelle.
Is she white?
Stop it.
Do you have a kid with her?
Is she white?